Courtney, how you doing? Again, so we'll be in and out. That's perfectly fine. Welcome back. Storytime Alec, how you doing? I hope everyone is doing well. It is a public holiday here in South Africa, so it's pretty quiet. It is pretty quiet, I'm not gonna lie. Almost doesn't feel I don't know, doesn't feel like a real day. It feels very weird. Just seeing no one at work and the streets are quiet as shit. It's very awkward. Very, very awkward. How are you guys doing? I don't even know what fucking holiday it is. Hold up. Epic Lulu, how you doing, bro? Let me quickly see what holiday we have today. Oh, it's Human Rights Day. I don't know what the principle is of that, but it is Human Rights Day. So no one is at work. Everything is closed, especially here in Cape Town. But for some reason, when it's public holiday, everyone takes public holiday. It's like, yeah, no, we're not open. Not even like coffee shops and shit. Everything just closes, or if it is open, it's like just till 1, and then it's over. Getting a brand new deck soon? Nice. Alpha Sigma, how you doing? Lindley, how you doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh. Yeah, Cape Town is weird. It's, like, pretty much everywhere else in South Africa, even in the north, which is considered to be far more like conservative country. So in South Africa, the south, where I am now, Cape Town, furthest you can go south, it's considered to be a lot more liberal, a lot more open, a lot more progressive. I mean, the north is considered to be much, much more conservative. And for some reason, the north, it's business first. You know, even on Sundays, places are open pretty much all the time. All the fast food places are 24/7. It's business, right? Even if it's like public holiday, it's business. And then here, public holiday, even for places that should technically be open on a public holiday because people might want to go grab coffee, might want to go grab dinner or whatever, just closed. Christmas Day, you won't even find a restaurant open on Christmas Day. I know, it's weird because, I mean, why wouldn't people want to go to a restaurant on Christmas? They just don't. Well, they can't because it's closed. Is that what I know? Doing all right? Happy to hear that. Bugger Games, how you doing, brother? Good. Well, I think in Cape Town specifically, Holly, how you doing, bro? In Cape Town specifically, people. So here's my breakdown of Cape Town. In the north of South Africa, the north of South Africa is very much hustle culture, right? And I can see it in myself because I grew up there. You're brought up with this incredible work ethic, right? Where your meaning, your entire life, everything you are, everything you will be, comes from your work. And you have to spend all your time at work. That's why I can't really take days off. I don't know what to do with myself on a day off. If I go to the beach, I'm constantly thinking, dude, I could actually have worked. Like maybe just a couple of hours would have helped. I see it in my brothers. They're closed now because it is a public holiday and their company does close on public holidays, but they're still working. Right? Both of them are still finishing stuff up, trying to get stuff ready for tomorrow because tomorrow is work day again. So in the north, it is very much just hustle culture. You have to work as hard as you can, as constantly as you can, and just make money. And then when I came to Cape Town, it was a very different vibe. It's like here, people tend to put a lot more like stock in work-life balance. So for example, most people finish work at say 3 o'clock, then they head down to the beach, they go hang out at the beach, spend some time with their families. Weekends, most things are closed. Most of the fast food restaurants close at around 10 in the evening. I think there's one in the entire area that I'm in, a McDonald's. No, not McDonald's, KFC, that's open 24 hours a day, but it operates on like almost no staff from what I've heard. So if you do go there, it takes half an hour for your food to get ready. So it's sort of like this people just care a lot more about having a healthy balance between work and life. And I do not I do not have that. I like my healthy balance between work and life is work yourself fucked. and then maybe like go for a coffee on the beach for like an hour, get home and work a bit more. So yeah, it's weird. Bro, in Japan, the fucking banks have decided that ATMs don't work on public holidays, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around that decision 6 years later. Wait, why? I get the banks being closed on a public holiday, but the ATM? Why? Princess, how you doing? Leaf was hey, happy to have you here. Dude, that makes no sense. Like, it's not like there's a guy sitting in the ATM giving you your money, right? That is weird. Joburg has done that to me. Everything must be done yesterday. Kimmy, how you doing? Necro, how you doing, brother? Jazor, yeah. I mean, you would know. You're from South Africa, right? The north, Joburg, Pretoria, Polokwane, that whole area is work first. And things have to be done now. If you phone, so for example, you phone a plumber in the north, they'll arrive that day. And if they can't arrive that day, you're like, nope, I'll phone someone else. You keep phoning until someone goes, yeah, I'll be there in an hour. And then they'll be there in an hour. And when they arrive, you can see the hustle, right? They're working as fast as possible, trying to get everything done because they have more clients. And I remember even when I had my own plumbing company, you would sometimes work until 12 o'clock at night. Because if you had, say, 50 clients that phoned with problems, you're getting to all 50 of those. You don't phone them at 6 o'clock in the evening and go, hey, you know, I really want to spend some time at home. I'm a bit tired of... No, you go where you fucking work. And even the guys that own the supply stores, they'd stay open for you. Like, if you told them, hey, I have 4 more clients that I need to see, and it's probably going to take until 12 o'clock, they'll be like, yeah, if you need something, phone me. I'll be at the shop, right? I'll drive to the shop. I'll open it up for you. Because they know it has to be done now. There's no tomorrow. There's no day after. It's now. You're in Cape Town. You phone an electrician or a plumber, and you're like, hey, I have a problem. Can you help me out? They're like, I have 2 more clients for today, and then I'm probably going to finish at about 5 o'clock, so I won't be able to see you today. Can we do it tomorrow afternoon? I'm like, yeah, well, my house is underwater. He's like, sorry, can't help you. I only work until 5. I'm like, what? I remember the first time I had this conversation with an electrician. I was like, bro, I need a plug installed. And he's like, well, I can only help you in 2 days. I'm like, dude, I need the plug installed now. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about a plug. I'm talking about like actual cables that had to be routed in order to install a plug, so I can't do it myself. He's like, no, I can't help you now. And I phoned like 4 other electricians, and they're like, yeah, sorry, it's already 3 o'clock now, and I still have 1 client left, and by that time it's going to be 5 o'clock, so can't help you today. And I just eventually had to accept someone that could see me the next day. And they're just like, no one gives a shit. Everyone's just like, nah, no, sorry, bro. Not doing that for you. You don't get that in the north. Like, that guy will be at your house even if it's 11 o'clock at night. They'll be there. I go back home to Slummies, and people are so laid back, it annoys me. I had to get Killing Time with Cat. How you doing? I had to get really used to it, though. Especially driving as well. Like, if you come from Pretoria or Joburg and you drive on the streets of Cape Town, bro, it is annoying. So in Joburg or even in Pretoria, if that light goes green and you're not already pulling away, there's like someone honking at you. Like, don't just get the fuck out of the road, bitch. Here, the light goes green and you check the guy is finally putting the car into gear, and he just sort of takes off slowly, just chilling out. And you're like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Like, 4 of us could have passed this already, but no one cares. Like, you'll get there when you get there. Like, chill out, you know, just be chill. It took me a while for that kind of to make sense to me on the roads. I still get annoyed with it, but I don't get as annoyed with it anymore. Not bad, thank you. How are you? I can't complain. It's a good life. It's a good life. Thanks for asking. Dragonheart, how you doing? Sounds about right for you. Where's that, Kimmy? You mean the whole of America also very hustle culture, or other places in America where it's a lot more laid back and people just chill out? Princess, it is a grind, but like I said, it's kind of how you're raised. Now, I can only speak, of course, for myself and my friends, because I don't know how everyone was raised in the north of the country. But myself and most of my friends were raised with this exact thing. You find your value your value in life is determined by the work you do and how well you do that work and how often you do that work. People who sat around, for example, drinking coffee in the middle of the day at a restaurant was never considered to be cool. It was considered to be lazy. Like, you should be at work. You should be making money. Why aren't you working? So it's sort of like you grow up, you see everyone right around you just sort of chilling and working their asses off constantly, and it's just sort of, yeah, okay, so this is life. This is how you should do it. And in the South, clearly people don't live that way. People are a lot more chill. But then again, if you do live in Cape Town, it kind of makes sense. This is like one of the most beautiful places on earth. So I can kind of understand why people don't want to be stuck in the office working all day. They want to be out there. They want to see the city. Provinces tend to be more laid back, at least where I'm from. What do you mean provinces? Is your whole country not divided into provinces, though? Need coffees? Well, yeah, you can have coffee, but I usually just take it to go because I need to work. You're lucky if it's same day? Oh, shit, wait. So there's places in America that's also just super chilled and they will help you when they help you. That is wild. You're getting paid to hype up Blunderstorm? All the while content creators' thumbnails look the same? No, well, dude, Blizzard doesn't even talk to me. So if they are getting paid for it, I'm not seeing it. I'm not getting paid for shit. Like, genuinely speaking, I had 4 contacts, like official contacts at Blizzard that openly spoke to me. 2 of them still follow me on Twitter, although I'm pretty sure they have me muted. They just don't want to deal with the... I guess they think I will retaliate or some shit if they unfollow or whatever, right? But yeah, I used to be like openly loved by Blizzard. And then I got really critical about a bunch of shit that Blizzard was doing. And that ended very, very abruptly. I got cancelled from the creator space. I was no longer given any beta keys, no longer invited to the betas. So if someone is being paid for it, it's not me. Blizzard won't even talk to me. Backwater places. All right. I cannot get a hot water heater installed for like a week in the USA. Captain, how? Holy shit. Okay, I guess the USA is very different. I guess you guys don't have that, like, fucking work ethic. Although I'm assuming there are places like that. I'm assuming there are at least some states in the US where people still super hustle culture, working their asses off, just never say die kind of thing. Because I can't imagine that. I genuinely can't imagine, because Americans and South Africans have a very similar origin story, because both come from Europe, and it's similar people that left Europe going to America and South Africa. So I'm assuming there's at least some cultural overlap in most of the areas. That is most normies. Magnus Golden Gear, how you doing? New York has been described as hustle. Could be. Just all the plumbers were booked for a week. Yeah, I mean, I don't... like I said, I don't mind if I have to wait because they're fully booked and they're going to be working every day until 12 o'clock at night to get all of their customers. Then I understand it. But when I phone the electrician, like, hey, I need a plug installed, and I'm like, it's 3 o'clock. I have one more client. Can't help you today. It's like, dude, what the fuck? What are you talking about? You can't help me. Like, what? Hey, it's one client. You can help me. You just don't want to. Hey, you want to leave at 4 o'clock or at 5 o'clock, and you don't want to work past that. And it's weird to me because when I did it, you just wait. Right? If someone phones you at 6 o'clock and they're like, hey, I need help with this, you go, yeah, all right, I'll be there now. You know, and then you tell your workers, sorry, boys, it's late night. We're going. You pay overtime and you just make the best out of it. Roaming Firebat, how you doing? Zlatko, how you doing, bro? Wait, how am I joined here? What do you mean, how you joined here? You came into the stream. Did someone force you to be here? Oh shit, that's weird. It's just a matter of supply and demand. I'm an electrician, and we just have life after work, and also world quest to do. That's the point I'm trying to make is, here at least, there at least in the north of South Africa, it's a life after work isn't considered a thing. You work when you don't work, right? Oh, when you relax when there's no work to do. So if there are no clients, then yeah, go relax. But if someone phones you, you go work. I remember being phoned on a Sunday, dude, and the guy goes, Sunday evening, 8 o'clock. Hey, need help with this? Yeah, I'm coming. You have to. What are you supposed to do? I'm in membership. I got a gift apparently. Oh yeah, so someone, who was it again? Someone gifted like 50 or almost 100 subs. So you're probably like one of the people. Alistor, that's his name. Alistor gifted like more than 100 subs or some shit. So I think that's how you got the membership. Got a pressure headache, but other than that, doing good. Shit. Sorry about that. I work a 24/7 job. Who has a sleep schedule? Oh shit. What do you do? One of the lucky few. Roaming Firebat. I'm doing well, bro. I mean, what do I have to complain about? It'd be pretty weird if I sat here complaining about shit. Life's pretty good. I'll let you guys know if that ever changes. Although, if life wasn't good, I wouldn't be streaming. Like, if I was having a super shit time and shit was just bothering me, I would probably be like, yeah, I'm not streaming today. I'm going to be taking the day off or whatever. If I'm streaming, I'm doing well. Darius, how you doing, brother? You're not a son. That is also true. But no, yeah, I have a very strict, if I don't feel like I'm going to be entertaining, I won't stream. And I'm very strict on that. Then I rather make videos or do research for videos or some shit. But yeah, the last thing I want is a stream where you guys come into the stream and like, dude, this guy's so fucking depressed. Like, holy shit. I feel like I want to end myself in game. I don't want that. So I'd rather just go, yeah, not going to stream today, guys. Not feeling it. Well, that doesn't happen often. Most of the time when I don't stream, I just have other shit I need to do. You're playing on a release? I'm probably not going to be playing on release, Darius. Mainly because we have Baron's chat tomorrow. Like 6 o'clock, we have Baron's chat. So I won't be doing a stream on Twitch before Baron's chat. Baron's chat, obviously, on the main YouTube channel. And then usually after Baron's chat, it's very awkward and weird if I then go live on Twitch. It's difficult for my mind to make that switch. And the other problem, and I can't stress this enough, when I do make the switch, so when we go from main channel straight to Twitch, obviously there's a bunch of people that join from the main channel, but then there's still conversations that they want to have about what happened previously. And the last thing I want is to log into Dragon's Dogma 2 and then have a bunch of WoW conversations. Which is going to happen. It's happened every single time. Like, and I don't blame people. I can't get in 2 hours to everyone's conversations. And so when I go to Twitch, people feel like I still have questions or I still have things I want to say. And then it just takes away from, I feel awkward to tell people, hey, bro, I'm not going to be talking about WoW right now. We're playing Dragon's Dogma. So then, yeah, it just ends up in this weird thing where it's easier if I just don't stream then. I'm here for the dick comparisons and olives. Or you mean the dick metaphors? I can help you out with that. If anything happens in the world, my mind instantly jumps like to 10 different dick metaphors. Like there's 10 different ways in which I can imagine dicks being used in this context to explain what I'm talking about. It just happens like that. Something happens and I instantly go, yep, I can make a dick joke about this. Grofal, how you doing, brother? But Darius, I will probably play Dragon's Dogma, if not on Saturday, then definitely on Monday. You know, I don't really care, right? About like playing games when it happens. So yeah, I don't mind. Well, you are a WoW guy. I thought, yeah, I mean, I don't mind being the WoW guy or talking about WoW. It's just that it's sort of awkward, right? So when you're playing a different game and someone is asking you questions about WoW, it's a very awkward experience because as a viewer, I know what that feels like when I watch streamers and they're playing one game and talking about another game. It's incredibly awkward because you're trying to sort of get into the game. You're trying to understand what this game is all about. And this guy is constantly talking about another game. And then you sort of drift off for a bit and you come back and like, wait, what the fuck? Orcs? Where's the orcs? I thought this game was about like middle century England. Orcs? Really? And then you realize, no, actually he's talking about WoW. You're like, fuck me, this is the most confused I've been ever. So it's easier to just go finish the conversation over on main YouTube and then leave it. I saw a post from WoW saying you don't actually have to PvP in Plunderstorm. They say, but other people can still attack you. So the thing is, there is no way to do Plunderstorm in its current iteration without PvP. You can tell that the entire game, as well as the world, was designed for PvP. It was designed for players to fight each other. Now, there are ways for you to play without being attacked by people. Just run around and kill mobs, and if you've done the quest, basically, kill 10 mobs, you can leave. And that's a decent way of farming, right? Maybe kill a couple of rares and then go. Leave the game. Or just go and get killed. You can do that. It's perfectly fine. But it is a game that quite clearly is centered around the idea of players being able to attack each other because it was optimized for that. What I do see is some of this tech can certainly be used in a similar type of experience, but completely from the perspective of PvE. Like, you could absolutely have this as a PvE experience, and I can absolutely see Blizzard pulling it off. You'd have to increase the difficulty of monsters. You'd have to have far more monsters running around. So there's a lot of things you can do to make it a lot more fun and make it a PvE experience, but not in its current iteration. But the tech is certainly there. Them trying to lie. I don't know if they're lying about it necessarily, because again, they're not wrong. If all you want is to farm so that you can get, maxed out on your renown, you really just have to load in, kill 10 things, and then get killed. Like, that's it. That's literally all you have to do. If you just spam that over and over again, you're good to go. You'll eventually max out your renown, and then you can go, especially now because they've actually increased the amount of XP and shit you get, so it should be much easier. Yeah, but to be fair, Courtney, would you argue that Classic WoW was a PvP game? Because you could, in Classic WoW, when we still called it Vanilla WoW, it was mostly, you could PvE, but people could still attack you. So this is sort of a similar, I think, argument from their side. I grant you, their wording is very poor, but technically speaking, they're not wrong. The game is built around the idea of you can just go in and kill a bunch of shit and leave. Other people can still interfere with that, obviously. Right? Someone already maxed out for now? Look, if there is a degenerate way to play the game, someone's going to find a degenerate way to play the game. I do not doubt that there are probably people that could have maxed out Renown twice over already. gonna like PvP only. Holy, I think fundamentally, if Blizzard wants a real big win, use this take, combine it with stuff like, super rares and super world bosses, and in the next few months, drop another one of these zones, but very much just, especially if this becomes a permanent feature. I think it could be super, super cool if Blizzard then also brings out a permanent PvE feature for people to go and try their hand at. Something like an open world Torghast almost. I think people would love that, because then it immediately shuts up. Well, I don't mean shut up in a bad way, but it immediately gives all the people that hate the PvP stuff something that they can go do, while also then catering to the PvPers. BGs with this take. See, the thing is, I've been thinking about BGs a lot, and I don't know if you should add too much random shit to BGs, since BGs is a legitimate way that a lot of people play PvP. And if you start using some of this tech in your BGs, depending on what tech, but if you started using some of this tech in your BGs, you run the risk, because a lot of people will use BGs in order to get ready for Arena. So you want that experience to be as similar as is humanly possible. If you now start making these BGs with, say, acquired powers, and you can level up your powers to like indiscriminate amounts of damage, then that ability to prepare yourself for Arena becomes a lot harder. And now the only way to prepare for Arena is to just go get your butt kicked in arenas. So I would rather like to see a new track maybe of PvP. So, for example, if we were to put this into the game and not have it as a separate thing, you have your Battleground tab, you have your Arena tab, and then you have your Battle Royale tab, or your BR tab. And in the BR tab, say there's 3 or 4 different game styles that people can sign up to. But I wouldn't even do 3 or 4 different ones, because you risk splitting your community too much. I would rather have one map and just have that map either on a rotation with other maps or as a standalone thing for 6 months. And then a new one comes in based on all of the feedback that they just got over the 6 months to make it even better. And just keep playing around with that. I think it would be super fun for people. I miss the large maps. Which large maps? Say, for example, you wanted to go the direction of an Ashran, or what was that other? There was another one that was very similar to that. Was it Wintergrasp? That also had like this PvE style element to it. I think it was Wintergrasp. And then there was another one, Tol Barad. Say you wanted to do stuff like Tol Barad, Ashran, or anything like that. That I would put in the BR mode. So I would not make that, if I was going to make like an updated version of those, that would go in the BR mode, not in the Battleground mode. Because, like I said, I think BGs exist for a very specific thing. And you're bound to piss off PvPers if they randomly get Ashran, and this is just a slugfest of whoever can get the best powers wins. People will get mad. But now, imagine if you did get something like the Torghast, your class as it is, with all of its abilities, but you can make your abilities a lot more powerful, and you have this sort of, Battle Royale style, Ashran style map, but it's Horde versus Alliance, but you can actually make yourself mega OP. To the point where Chaos Bolt like one-shots and shit. I think that could also be fun, just like stupid fun. Okay, so I understood that as part of your argument, but like I said, it still boils down to that when someone loads into a Battleground, what they want is a PvP experience. So if you're going to put it inside Battlegrounds, you're immediately taking away from the quote-unquote PvP experience. Which I think a lot of players would probably... I'm sure there would be an audience for it. Don't get me wrong. I think a shit ton of players would love that. But I think a lot of your core PvP players might feel like, dude, we don't want PvE. Why are you putting PvE in our battlegrounds? Like, why are you making Warzone Gulch now have mobs in the fucking in the flag room, and you have to fight through the mobs because they can steal the flag and return it to the base? Why is that in our game, right? Or why are there mobs that you have to kill and then it speeds up your flag carrier? This is nonsense. We don't want to play with that. So it's important, I think, to keep these things as separate as possible, so you don't end up with PvPers feeling like they're losing stuff, and you know that will happen. This is the WoW community. When is the last time the WoW community hasn't found a reason to complain about something? You know, if there's something to complain about, there will be someone complaining about it. That's WoW. So you want to make sure that you give them as little reasons to complain. And one of the key ways is don't mix stuff that shouldn't be mixed. Oh, yeah, I like the WoW music. It's always very soothing. I think Arathi Basin could actually, unironically, make for a very good BR experience. Tabby, how you doing? Tabby, that is obviously also a core part of this, is the fact that, and I don't think PvP players are wrong, mind you. I think when PvP players say that they feel like Blizzard really doesn't cater to them, they're right. Blizzard seriously does not cater to the PvE players or PvP players in World of Warcraft. I don't always think it's because, like, where I disagree with people is when they say it's because Blizzard doesn't care. I don't think that's why. Right? I don't think it's because Blizzard doesn't care. I think it's just acceptable. Or how you doing? I think it's just the fact that PvP is much harder to make from a balancing perspective, because I was watching this video on League of Legends map design, and it was by a developer that designs PvP maps in what game was it? I can't remember now, but he designs PvP maps, and he basically shows you how small changes to the map, like insignificant changes, you look at the change and you think this will do nothing, will actually have a giant impact on how the game is played, and it will also destroy the balance. So he actually shows you how cleverly Riot designed the League map to ensure that neither side have any advantage that the other side doesn't have. So, for example, it might be easier if you fight from one side to take Dragon, but then it's easier from the other side to take Baron, right? Or so on and so forth. So it is a very balanced game. They make sure that both sides have very clear strengths, very clear weaknesses, because it then also plays into the draft and how the draft is played out, how you play the game from either side, to make sure that the game is as balanced. And small changes, just something being off by a little bit, like a couple of millimeters, will change the way the game plays. In WoW Arena, that's the same thing. Making a new arena isn't just slapping a bunch of stuff down, putting a bunch of assets in, and bam, there you have a new arena. Look how cute it looks. You have to think through every element of the arena. What sides are these players going to be coming from, right? Team 1 is going to spawn on this side. Team 2 is going to spawn on this side. What does it look like when Team 1 and Team 2 spawns into the game? What are the lines of sight? Because LOS is super important. Does Team 1 have an advantage over LOS, over Team 2? If that is the case, what advantages are we going to make in this map for Team 2 so that there's an actual way of playing on this side that gives them a leg up if they can force the game into that direction? So I kind of understand why Blizzard isn't as quick to release things to PvPers and why it sometimes takes a bit longer. But then you can't help but look at the release cadence of content for PvP and sometimes be like, dude, you guys, like, fuck, every 4 expansions, there's like a new battleground, and then that's it. That's it. Most battlegrounds never get revamped or looked into to make them better or anything like that. It's basically just, here's your new battleground. Now leave us alone while we go off and make some raids and make some dungeons, and so you can kind of understand, right? Yeah, Holy, that's also another thing, right? How do different classes interact on this map? Did we just make a map where mages are unkillable? That's a problem, right? You don't want a map where the mage can literally not die because the whole map just works so well for them. Or did we just make a map where the warlock can't even play the game? All of these are things that you have to keep in mind with all of the classes, all of their abilities, and how they want to play the game. It's a nightmare. That would cost the raid tier. I mean, probably would. This is a nice way to give PvP players more content without having to worry so much about balance. This battle royale style thing. I know it's not proper PvP, but it is still PvP, and it is still something that PvP players enjoy, and you don't have to worry about the map being as balanced. The map just needs to provide players with the opportunity to kill each other. And it fucking does that, believe me. Dude, oh my fuck. When you load into the map and you absolutely get Goomba stomped by like 4 people before you even have an ability, that shit sucks. Like, that shit really blows ass. And I think that hurts PvP a lot. Do we know if the PvP community is really that bad? Like, is it really that small? Because I don't know. I don't know exactly. What other games would PvPers go play for PvP? Is there another MMO that does PvP better? I don't know. Does Lost Ark do PvP better, Necro? Yeah, they'll probably go to FBAs. But I mean, if you are like a hardcore World of Warcraft PvPer, FBAs isn't really going to scratch that same itch. Sure, it's at least PvP and you can fight. Hey. Thorcard, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know. I just think the gear from PvP is trash, and I see that as a big problem. I don't know about that. A lot of the PvPers I've listened to appear to really enjoy PvP now. At least from what I've seen, they seem to be pretty happy with the gear. They think the gearing in PvP is a shit ton better than it's ever been before. I don't know, because I don't do PvP, but the ones I've spoken to seem to think that PvP is fun. Talked about mounted combat. Oh, yeah. Well, mounted combat has been sort of like a conversation that we've had for a long time in World of Warcraft, and I've given up on the idea that we will ever see it. Oh, Lisa, how would you fix it? If gear from PvP is wasted, how would we fix that? Didn't they try no gear PvP? Well, they tried to make it so that PvP or gear pretty much doesn't matter, right? At all, and you can just go nuts. And players really didn't like that. Because part of what makes PvP fun is, and I realize that this is a little bit toxic for a lot of players, but part of what makes PvP fun is once you're fully geared, going into a battleground and absolutely stomping low geared players. Like, that is fun. A lot of PvPers do enjoy going around just absolutely aping on low level players or low geared players, because it makes you feel super powerful because you remember what it was done to you. And it sort of inspired you to get geared so you could actually take them on. Yeah, but holy. Okay, so the problem that you have with what you're suggesting, if you make PvP gear equal in item level to raiding gear, you run into a significant problem, and that's a problem that has existed in World of Warcraft before when Blizzard tried this, and that is that at some point you accidentally release a trinket in PvP, for example, that is just the best trinket in the game. And now the raiders feel like they have to do PvP because they need that trinket, and the only way to get that trinket is, say, to get 1,500 rating. So now they have to spam PvP, even though they don't necessarily want to. Or PvPers feel like they must raid because their best item, best weapon, say, for example, is inside the raid. You say it's not a big deal. People were almost burning Shadowlands down as a result of it. Like, players were not fucking having fun in Shadowlands and in BFA, because they tried to do this in BFA as well. PvPers were not happy. PvPers were quitting because they didn't want to raid, and yet some of their best weapons was in the raid. So, no, I actually think it's a very big problem. And the reason I think it's a very big problem is not everyone wants to play that way. And I certainly wouldn't want to play that way. Trusa, 39 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When you're coming to the USA, I got a bunkhouse you can stay in when you visit. Trusa Prime, one day. One day. But I appreciate the offer about the PvP element of the capes. Oh my god. The thing is, you should not design a game. You should not design a game that forces people to do everything in your game. That is the stupidest way to design World of Warcraft. That is why BFA suffered as much as it did. That is why Shadowlands suffered as much as it did. Because the developers were so focused on trying to make everyone do everything in the game that everything just turned into, well, I don't want to do that. If you're going to make a game, you have to be making the game. If you want to make a feature in World of Warcraft, it has to be made in such a way that those who want to partake in the feature can, and those who don't want to don't have to. Okay, Holy, how is it forcing? If you're a PvPer, okay, so you don't like PvE at all, you are a PvPer. And let's say, for example, your item level and their item level, so raiding and PvP has the exact same item levels. What happens if your best weapon is in the raid on the final boss? That's like the best weapon. It has the best stats for you. What happens then? DV, how you doing, bro? Tita, how you doing? Well, what do the PvPer do now? They want a PvP. Their best weapon, however, is in the raid on the final boss. What does this PvP player do? It just works out. This weapon has some active on it that is crazy good. Its stats are perfect for it. What does the PvPer do now in this scenario with his best weapon being on the final boss in the raid? Marius, how you doing, bro? Not in the mines today? The ding, ding, ding is the clock saying it's time for your shift. Let's go. You guys are still in the mines. We're in the mines every single day. That's how it works here. They're either all forced to raid or don't get their best weapon. This is the mines. Honey, I'll tell you what happens. The PvPer is forced to go do the raid. Even if they fucking hate the raid, they're forced to go do the raid. And that is such a shit feeling. Because I can just take it from the other side. I like raiding. If you force me to go do PvP for my best in-slot weapon, I'll quit raiding. I'll quit raiding before I get that best in-slot weapon. Hey. Falcon, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You want to create, in my opinion, you want to create a system where those people who want to PvP can just PvP and they don't have to worry about anything else. Those people that want a dungeon can just do dungeons and they don't have to do anything else. And those people that want to raid can just do raids and they don't have to do anything else. The second you start trying to make overlap, and I get the idea, it's one game, you want people to play the game in its entirety. The issue is people don't play games that way. People find things that they like and things that they don't like, and then I don't want to do the things I don't like. So you're automatically creating a place where some people will now be forced to do things they don't like because they have to. Right? And that's not an optimal place to be, because guess what people do, especially in a game where they're paying to play the game, when they're forced to do things that they don't want to do? They quit. And they don't play. And they don't pay. Because why would I spend my money when I have to spend 30 or 40% of my time doing stuff I don't like, just so that I can spend the rest of my time doing the things that I do like? I'm fiending, foaming at the mouth for DD2 today. Oh shit, Danny. You're excited for Dragon's Dogma? Use PvE gear for PvP. Yeah, there's... Dude, I'm not saying the current system is good. I'm not saying the current system is good. Go back. Look at my videos that I made in Legion already. In Legion already, I said Blizzard is completely wrong about the way in which they approach their own game. Making it possible for people to... Making it possible for PvPers to go into a PvP... for PvEers to go into a PvP match with their PvE gear isn't good game design. And the same is true on the opposite side. If I have great PvP gear, that should not be equal to great raiding gear. It should be, in my opinion, at best, good for entry level. So if you're fully geared up in Mythic raiding, full Mythic gear, you should be able to do BGs and you should be able to survive in BGs. But if you do run into a guy that is maxed out PvP gear, he should shit stomp you. It should be a Goomba stomp, because you're not PvP gear. You're gonna have to get PvP gear if you want to actually be able to compete in a PvP environment. The second you make the gear equal to each other, it creates an opportunity for force to now be applied. Because now I have to go do this thing because my base weapon happens to be in this other on the other side of things. Pirate themed content for my main character. I got my full transmog, pet, toys and mount. Just hope for maybe a short campaign, new accessories and such. Not judging the new game mode at all. Just had kind of different expectations. I think that's fine, but I also, that's what I warned about from the beginning, with Blizzard keeping such a tight lid on this entire thing and not telling people what it was supposed to be. A lot of people invented what they thought it was going to be based on the pirate expansion. And then when it wasn't what they thought it was going to be, people are going to riot, right? Because some people, most people didn't just think about it for fun. Once they decided, I think this is what it's going to be, they then started to get hyped for what they thought it was going to be. Instead of realizing, wait a second, I have no idea what this is going to be. I should not get hyped for what I think it's going to be, because I don't know what it's going to be. So this is just, this is sort of the downside of not telling players what you're working on. Players will invent in their own minds what they think it is. It's not a problem, though, because if Blizzard continues to do this long enough, if they don't tell players what they're working on for long enough, players will eventually just learn to stop trying to get hyped for stuff that they don't know what it's going to be, right? You just need to train the player base to not do that shit, and it'll be fine. Holly, I fully understand everything you're saying. But I'm telling you, there are unforeseen consequences to what you're asking for. Like, the thing you want is perfect on paper. The problem is it never works in the real world. And the only way it can work in the real world is if you make all of the gear for PvP and PvE exactly the same gear. So whether you do the raid or whether you do the PvP, it's literally the same items that drop, same stats, same everything. The problem then becomes some stats and some items are better for PvP and worse for PvE. Now someone is getting fucked, right? Because let's say you decide all of your items is going to have versatility because you need to make everything equal. Well, now raiders are really struggling because all of their gear has versatility on it, and some classes don't give a shit about versatility. So the problem is, while on paper your idea is very good, you want the game to be open so that anyone can do anything at all times. That almost never works in the actual implementation of the thing. Same issue we have in the current season. Why must I Mythic Raid if Mythic Plus can give basically the same gear as Mythic Raid? Really made Mythic Raiding useless. You see, there I don't mind it as much, Jazor. Because I do think, because it's both PvE and it does exactly the same thing, right? So if you're a dungeoneer, you're killing bosses and you're killing mobs with your friends in order to get gear. If you're a raider, you're killing bosses, you're killing mobs with your friends to get gear. You're engaged in PvE. I think there, having the best PvE gear from dungeons and also the best PvE gear from raids be very equal is fine. Because what that does is, the people who don't necessarily like raiding, but do love Mythic Plus, will only do Mythic Plus because they don't give a fuck about the raid, and vice versa, with the only exception being tier sets, right? That you need to do raids for. But again, I think there's ways to fix that as well. If that becomes a problem, you can just turn off tier set bonuses in Mythic Plus. So then people aren't forced to go get those tier set bonuses in the raid, and people instead just do what they want to do because they find it fun. Sebi, how you doing, brother? Most raiders also dread PvP, so being forced to do it for the best of the best gear is a great way to make them quit. I'm fine with PvP, I find it fun, but I'm not the majority. You see, the thing for me is, like I said, I think World of Warcraft currently is in a very bad place when it comes to optimization between different types of content. What I would like to see is a system where if you are fully PvP geared, you'd be able to do a normal raid with your gear and you'd be just fine, right? So it's sort of normal, maybe even heroic. You should be able to maybe even get through heroic with your PvE gear or your PvP gear, but you won't ever be able to do Mythic raiding. Like, your gear wasn't built for Mythic, so you're never going to be able to do Mythic. You're going to have to get the gear in order to do Mythic. And I think the same should be true for raiding gear. If you are fully raid geared, Mythic gear, you should be perfectly fine to do battlegrounds and maybe even do arenas. But once you get to high enough rank in arena, now your gear just no longer works. And the way you achieve that isn't through item level. The way you achieve that is through relevant scaling within the types of content that you do. So if a Mythic Raider jumps into PvP, their item level is automatically lowered to a more appropriate item level, depending on what the rank is that you want them to start switching to PvP gear if they wish to continue, and vice versa, right? Because the two modes are already relatively separate from one another in how you balance them and how you work them. So I think you can easily get that done. As a Mythic Progress Raider, I'm conflicted. Meeks, how you doing? On the current system, do I like that we have to run heroic less? Yes. Hold up. Yes, after so many clears of it, it gets boring. Do I like to do Mythic Plus? No, but it is better as far as challenge goes to grind out gear for Mythic raiding. Yes. See, I don't know. Because again, you're running into all manner of problems, and there really is no way around the problems, right? Because everything we do, every solution we come up with is going to have unforeseen consequences. In a perfect world, like if we were living in an absolute perfect theoretical world, here is what I would do, right? So we're perfectly in a theoretical world right now. I would have PvP, right, completely separate from one another. They share absolutely zero there's zero share between gear. Each of these have their own gear, their own power levels, their own scaling, and everything else in between. There's an issue with this, though. You need 18 pieces of gear for each of these. That very quickly stacks up to a massive amount of grind for any player that likes to do all three of these things. Even a player that maybe likes to do a little bit of PvP and maybe a little bit of dungeons now suddenly needs to get 36 pieces of gear that they have to spam farm in order to get it. Now, in this scenario, right, the scenario that we have here, this is perfect because I can balance PvP gear completely and utterly just for PvP without ever having to worry about any of the other things. I can make raid gear as stupidly overpowered as I want because they're never going to use raid gear in dungeons or in PvP, so I can really have my fun with raids. And the same with dungeons. I can have crazy fun with dungeon gear because, again, they can't really be used in any of the other systems. But now players that do want to do these, have to farm all of this. If you do start merging these, so you say, well, actually, they're all connected to each other, you run into a new set of problems. Yes, you've now solved the problem where one player doesn't need to get an obscene amount of gear just to be able to do all three of their favorite activities. But what you do run into now is now suddenly people who say, for example, I just want to do raiding, now still maybe have to do some dungeons because, well, they'd say two of their best items come from the dungeon. So they're forced to do some dungeons, even though they hate dungeons. Although I'm not talking about back slots because, again, there's a way to fix that. You can literally take gear and just move them out of the bags into their own little separate dimension, right? So all gear goes into this separate dimension that exists into perpetuity. It's an infinite fucking bag. You can go as far as it wants. And you can just throw as much gear into that as you want. And the gear is there. You have your gear sets. You have your gear system. It's perfectly fine, right? Yeah, like a wardrobe like they have in Final Fantasy XIV. So there's ways to fix that pretty simply. It's not the backspace. It's the actual how much effort am I asked to put into the game just to be able to play the game the way that I want to play it. There's the dick. Yeah, I realized I'm actually just making a dick here. Because remember now, the one thing that you can never take away from players, the one thing that you can never fix for players, is that if there is a way to optimize a system, the players will find a way to optimize the fun right out of that system. If the most optimal way for me to make sure that I can do everything is to spam 300 PvP matches per week, do all of the dungeons 50 times a week, and complete the raids 70 times a week on 70 alts, then I'm going to do that. And there will be players that do that. It's what we call degenerate game design. It's not because the developers were trying to be degenerate, it's because the developers had created an ecosystem where degeneracy pays. And you want to specifically design your game in such a way that that isn't the case. You're not designing the game in such a way that you basically allow players to invent these incredibly degenerate ways of playing the game. So it's one of the reasons Blizzard, for example, have tried to remove things like split runs from the game, because split runs have turned into an incredibly degenerate way to play the game. And you have guilds that do absolutely degenerate shit just to be able to get that one leg up. Falcon, very, very good fucking example. In Legion, players figured out that the most optimal way to gear your weapon was to spam Maw of Souls. So what did people do? People ran thousands of Maws of Souls. Why? It was the shortest dungeon of all of them. It was the one that you could absolutely Goomba stomp in, and you would get, just on the amount of hours spent to the artifact power gained. This was the best way to do it. Like, this was the absolute optimal way to do it. And those people who refused to play in that degenerate way just fell behind significantly. Like, significantly fell behind. Did they have more fun? Yes, but they were so far behind that in some cases they were kicked out of their raid groups. I had a friend who just couldn't. They worked, right? So they didn't have time. They would come home at night and they would spend the 3 hours that they had available to play to spam Maw of Souls. The problem was that wasn't enough. So what ended up happening is they lost their raid spot because their gear, their weapon, was about 30 levels lower than everyone else's that was just Goomba spamming Maw of Souls. The issue is, with all game design, you run into... There will always be upsides and downsides to all game design. Like, there's no decision that you can take in a game that will completely have no downsides and just a bunch of upsides. The thing that you want to try and achieve, the thing that you're trying to shoot for, is which one of the game design decisions we make is going to lead to the fewest amount of downsides. And in my mind, it will always be the one that prioritizes freedom. The freedom to choose, the freedom to do what you want to do in the way that you want to do it without being, sort of incentivized to go full degenerate mode. Fucking yeah. I knew a couple of officers and guilds that were absolutely tyrannical about the Maw of Souls spam. We actually had 2 people join our guild because their guild that they were in for like 3 years or something basically made a rule that said that every player needs to spam, I can't remember, it was like some stupid number of Maw of Souls every week, and we had none of those rules. Like, my guild was just like, do what you do. Yeah, I mean, I remember making Warlock guides way back in the day, and people would always ask me, "What's the best spec?" And it was always super annoying when I got those questions because I knew where these people would get their answers from. I mean, that was not hard. These people would almost definitely get their answers from the discords, the class discords, and um, the best spec for any player is the one that they can play the best. And dude, so many hardcore players do not give that advice. Like you go and you look at some of the guides on Wowhead, especially as a Warlock player and as someone who has played Warlock literally since the start of WoW. Um, I look at their best build and I go, I'm not spending the hours learning that build because I know this build is going to be degenerate as fuck to play. I'm going to have to keep track of 20 different things. And for that to happen, I'll do it, but I would need to spend time and actually learn how to play this. I would have to learn when do I use everything, how do I use it, what's the optimal way to use it. You'll have so many different buttons that you have to try and use it on. It just feels really shitty. I mean, you get some players that they just don't have the skill for it. But now they go that build and you watch them just be bottom of the DPS log. And then you look at their logs and you go, yeah, you're not doing any of this right. Like you have the base build, that's true. Congratulations. But you're not playing that base build right. You're leaving so much damage on the table because your dots keep dropping, and you're using the dots at the wrong times. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I started in 2000 and end of 2006. Yeah, end of 2006 is when I started playing WoW. Around about the time that I got like proper ADSL internet. You know, before that it was dial-up, and I don't think WoW would be playable on dial-up. I have a lot of Warlocks in Kata that were more casual. They just didn't have the UI to help them do well. One of my best examples of this is you guys remember when the talent came out for permanent corruption, where you would put corruption on the target and it would just never fall off. You never had to worry about it again. I remember someone DMing me and going, "Do you still make guides for Warlock?" And I was like, "No, I don't." And they're like, "Oh, because I just wanted to ask a question. They say I shouldn't be using this talent. I should be using Siphon Life, but I keep struggling because my dots keep falling off." And I was like, "Well, in that case, absolutely use the talent. Because it's better to have corruption on the target all the time than to have corruption and Siphon Life consistently off the target for like 15% of the fight. You're going to be doing more damage with corruption on the target. You just set and forget than trying to play around these arbitrary rules of, oh, your build isn't the best. If you can't play the base build well, it's better to go for a build that you can play brilliantly. Dot spell effects are so trash. Why, Holy? What do you want a dot spell effect to look like? Do you want like massive things happening on the boss? I feel like that would just like, who would watch that? Danny, I mean, it's again one of those you have to kind of balance it around the game, right? And you have to balance it around what players are um both your existing player base needs to find a challenge in what you're designing, but also then making it friendly for new players. That is always going to be a challenge. Because if you oversimplify the game, your existing player base is going to get bored. If you make it too intricate, new players are going to be lost. What's the right way of doing it? The main thing I wish they would stop doing is stop nerfing healers based on one class. I unfortunately on this I can't speak too much. I have not been like part of any of the meta discussions in WoW for a really long time. I don't know what gets nerfed when. I don't even look at that because I genuinely couldn't care less. Like, oh, warlocks have been nerfed by 50%. Who gives a shit? I can still kill the mobs in the open world. It's all good. Too much depth to it, in my opinion. I'm not that OG. Alpha, lol, I started in May 2009. Yeah, I mean, the game, at this point, I feel like flexing on having started in 2004 or flexing on having started in, like, pre-alpha or whatever the fuck means nothing. I mean, the game is so different now to what it was back then. That's not even a flex. It's like your granddad telling you, I used to run the 100-meter dash in 11 seconds. Yeah, granddad, but you can't even walk to the fucking bathroom now. Shut the fuck up. Who gives a shit? Right? Things have changed now, grandpa. Like, just chill out. So yeah, I mean, those were some of the glory days of WoW, but I also think that it was just because it was new. Pretty much this whole X-Pack, one healer class is Pog, and then the rest get nerfed. So they spend the next 3 to 4 balancing cycles, bringing the rest of the healers back up to where they were pre-nerf. Yeah, I sometimes wonder about the balancing team of WoW. Waldo, how you doing, bro? Well, yeah, I mean, the truth is, players have gotten a lot better than what they used to be back in the day. But then also, our tools have gotten a lot better than what they used to be back in the day. You know? You have so many more add-ons now that basically play the game for you. That you don't have to worry about it at all. I remember doing the Lich King fight for the first time way back in Wrath. And it was a hard fight. I'm not gonna lie, it was a fucking hard fight. Today, it would be considered one of the easiest fights probably ever made. But back then, that was a super hard fight. It was the first time ever that you had more than 2 things, really, that you had to pay attention to. There was a lot of things happening in the fight. There was a lot of target switching in the fight. There was a lot of sort of micromanaging within the fight that I think nowadays just comes so naturally to players. I'm not gonna lie. Waldo TV, I mean, Blunderstorm is super fun. I do not blame you for being addicted to that shit. It is a crazy, crazy fun experience. Give Classic a go. See if it works for you. The thing with Classic is it definitely is more of an all-around RPG experience. Much more than retail. Retail is definitely not so much a an RPG experience anymore, where Classic is. It's far less about the dungeons, far less about the raids, and far more just about you and your character surviving the world. Fuck, you mean? I like flying too much. You see, I have a very unpopular opinion for you guys. I would not mind to see flying removed from the game. And I realize that pisses off a lot of people. I fully realize that. But I do think I think flying should be removed from the game. I don't like flying. I like dynamic flying. I think that's perfectly fine. And that should actually be developed even more. Because fundamentally, what I like about dynamic flying is that it is its own... you're still playing the game, right? You're expected to still play the game. What I hate about old flying, or shall we say legacy flying, was that it was you actively not playing the game. Like, you could actively decide not to engage with the game and just fly over everything. You know, just hit your auto run and just go somewhere else. Where I think dynamic flying is really cool. I really hope we get some dynamic riding. There was a leak about this. Like, I think that could be super cool if ground mounts also got some kind of dynamic riding system baked into it. That would make it super fun. But to be fair, it's not a system that... it's not a hill that I would die on. It's more just, you know... Yeah, let's not get into that, although we had a massive discussion about that yesterday. Let's not get into that. Like I said, we had that conversation yesterday. It was different, shall we say. Heat up food while I go somewhere 7 zones away. Balthazar, yes, but if that was the only reason people were using it, that would be one thing. But that isn't the only reason people are using it, right? And again, it takes away from the game. It takes away from actually playing the game, which is why we're all here. We're here to play the game. But if you can just mount up and skip huge portions of the game, that is not a good thing, right? That's just not a good thing. It's not good game design. And, I mean, we have the Blizzard developers themselves. When Ghostcrawler was asked what is his biggest regret from his time on World of Warcraft, he clearly stated it. Flying. They should never have added flying to the game. Warbands. Dude, thus far, I've not seen a single thing in the War Within that I don't think is going to be mega cool. Thus far, the War Within looks insane. Obviously we haven't seen that much yet. We'll have to wait, but it looks good. Waldo, the way I play Plunderstorm, I don't see myself getting a win anytime soon. I fight way too often. Like, me landing is pretty much a bloodbath from first second. Even if I don't have abilities, I start picking fights. If I see someone next to me, I start hitting them. So I'm definitely not getting a win in Plunderstorm, but I fucking like doing it. You know, you die quick, and then you just get right back into it, and you die again. I just, you have to fight. Like, you can't be standing there, like, I don't know. I see people all landing in one spot and then working together to get some abilities. I'm like, fuck that. Working together bullshit. No. I'm going to be slapping you. Well, yeah. I mean, if I can be asked, like last night after the stream, I was genuinely just like, I was sitting here, didn't want to talk, so I just logged in and I just did a bunch of solo queues. But yeah, if I'm in the mood to hang out, I'd be happy to. So we used to do this. The reason I play this way now is back when we started playing Battle Royales together, me and my friends would have this mentality that we would land like away from everyone else, so not in the main cities of PUBG, and then we would get our gear, and then we would work our way to the inner circle until the final fight, and we would always sort of end top 5. But the problem is the game takes 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes for you to die and not actually win. Sometimes you win, but sometimes you die and you didn't do anything. Sometimes you died in your first firefight after 25 minutes of just getting a bunch of gear, which gets you just, it's an annoying way to play. So then we changed the way we play the game. We now drop into the busiest fucking places. Like, if we know that a town is going to be super busy, we drop in there. You fight early, you fight often. If you make it out, you make it out with mega good gear. If you don't make it out, you're quickly into the queue again, right back into it, right? Just start again. So it's sort of like that trade-off of, do I care about the win or do I care about having fun? I'm obviously playing this game because I want to shoot people. That's what's fun. So land and shoot, you know, and just get it over with. If you die, you die, and you go again. But yeah, I like the loot specifically of Battle Royales. I like looting. I don't know why. It gives me great pleasure to run around just looting stuff. Kimmy, I'm good with snipers. That's true. I'm not great with anything else, but you give me a sniper rifle, I can take out most people. I'm pretty good at that. But everything else I'm pretty shit with. Like close quarter combat, no. Give me a sniper, let the guy stand very far away. I'll take him down. I like snipe play, even in like RPGs. I like sneaky snipe play. My first Cyberpunk run was just the absolute sneak fest, sniping people from across the map. Just because, yeah, it's what I enjoy playing. Hot shots, pretty much. Jake Black, you bastard. 5 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. Keep keeping it real, Akko. Plunderstorm needs to be ported to console. I'd be all over it on my PS5 with my kids and their Xboxes. Jetlag, I'm all for it. If they wanted to move Plunderstorm to console, I think it works for console. I can see it being a very fun experience for console. And I would not be surprised if it goes on to Xbox Game Pass and then just becomes an Xbox feature. Because it would work. Alpha, I don't sneak though. Like, not in BRs. In BRs, I literally just run around looting. Oftentimes, I get shot without even realizing there's enemies because I wasn't looking at the enemies. I was looking down on the ground for stuff to loot. Like, what am I looting? I need a better vest. I want to be fully kitted. I want all the bars filled up. You know, those bars of your armor? I don't want that to be half. It needs to be full. Everything needs to be nice and full. Then I can play, you know? Once I'm fully geared, then it's all good. Then you just look for upgrades. If something is better, maybe you find it later. I'm an absolute goblin in BRs, bro. Like, absolute. Friends always used to joke, saying I'm like literally the bag of the team. Because once I die, you just get everything. Like, all of the best weapons, all of the best armors, everything is on me because I don't miss a thing. I loot everything. I don't just run in and just sort of quickly scan either. I carefully look at everything that may be there. Every nook and cranny gets checked. What is where? What should I be picking up? What can I carry? No idea how much of a goblin he is. Yeah, I feel like most of you have never seen me play Battle Royales, have you? Yeah, man. I just enjoy hanging out with the bros, to be fair. Like, that's me. For me, Battle Royales is sort of my time with my bros. log on to Skills server in Discord, hang out with the bros, just make jokes, fuck around. I would not be able to stream those, though. Those are some politically incorrect jokes. Let me tell you. That specific Discord would be a problem on stream. So I would never be able to stream those games, but it's fun to hang out there. He's not dead. I'm just playing BR with friends. My favorite battle royale to this day is old school PUBG, before they added the second map and before they went haywire with the optimizations. But then second to that would be Warzone, the first Warzone. Dude, we played the first Warzone. Oh my fuck. We spammed the living crap out of that Warzone. But yeah, no, PUBG was my thing. I loved that game. Absolutely adored that game. I liked the feeling that I got from that game. I can't explain it. It was just, it instilled a sort of relaxed feeling. And yeah, I could never get into Apex, Holy. Like, we played Apex, but I know Saven, for example, also loves Apex Legends. I've never been able to really get into it. I think it feels, I don't know, I don't get that relaxed feeling from Apex. Tarkov looks way too hardcore for me, Princess. As a rule, I don't really like PvP games in general. I much prefer just playing PvE stuff where I can relax. But Tarkov looks super interesting. Not to lie. It looks crazy interesting. I love the elements of Tarkov. But I think to play it, I prefer watching streams of Tarkov. Because I think it's super cool. The realism behind it. But for me, I think... Also, you have to understand, I don't like first-person shooter games enough to really be willing to dedicate my time getting good at them. I like first-person shooter games just enough that I'll play them for a bit. So usually, when a new Battle Royale comes out, I'll maybe play that with my friends for like a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then I'm done. Then I log off. I've had my fun. Now I'm going to go play my own games again. And you need way more than that if you're going to be a good first-person player. Like, you need to spend the hours learning how to headshot, learning where to shoot, how to properly manage your gun, how to properly manage recoil. All of this shit needs to be trained, and I don't care enough. So Tarkov would be one of those games where maybe I play it for like a week and then I get shot on every single time because I'm just not willing to learn how to be good at it. I want Helldivers. The problem is, my friends have been playing Helldivers now for, well, since it launched. So they're so far ahead of me that it would just be, I would be starting way too far behind. So I kind of feel like I've missed the train with Helldivers. Aurelia, how you doing? What Hellscape? What? Doesn't matter. Come spread democracy. I like that part of the game. Just not giving a shit. Thing with Helldivers is I would love to try it before I buy it. Excuse me. I don't really give a shit about that. I'll buy it. If I don't like it, it's just one of the other games that goes into the Steam library and never gets played again. I have so many of those games in my Steam library where I look at the game and I feel like, oh, this could be really good. And then I play like an hour of it. I'm like, this isn't really good. Oh, well, you know, maybe one day I'll feel in the mood for this shit. I'm good. Just venting about the new game mode. I don't know why you guys don't like it. Well, I know why you don't like it, but I don't agree at all. I'm having the time of my life in the new BR mode. I want more. I want more. Like, I would actually, unironically, I would be okay if this is the thing Blizzard spends more of their time on now. Just more of these random game modes that have nothing to do with WoW. but is in the WoW style, I'll be okay with that. Ryan, how you doing, bro? But isn't there like levels and leveling in Helldivers? Orcs and humans mode. I hate Steam so much. I hate logging into Steam. Always forget my password because needs an uppercase later. Dude, I don't know how anyone forgets a password in today's day and age. I have a password manager that does all of that shit for me, but I'm in the process of switching to an even more secure password manager. The problem is, with more secure comes more work, because this one is legitimately completely offline. Like, you need an actual memory stick with your password manager on it, and you have to physically, like, manually input everything. It's a bitch. But it is the most secure password manager on the planet. So, and before pen and paper, you unlock them super fast. I plow Plunderstorm doesn't add to the base game. I know Plunderstorm plow. Why the fuck did I read plow there? I know Plunderstorm doesn't add to the base game, but just seeing Blizz invest in WoW-related things feels good. Dude, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Yes, it does not. Jetlag, yeah, I can see what you're writing. It doesn't add anything to the base game, but I like the fact that Blizzard is willing to try. I have mad respect for the fact that Blizzard is willing to try, because it means they might be willing to try other things, and there are so many cool things you can do with the WoW IP. Jetlag, what did you want to say? Sometimes I miss people's messages because I'm talking about other things, so just keep spamming what you want to say. I'll get to it eventually. Just have to leave a restart everything. Chat wasn't updating or showing my comments. Oh, right, Jetlag. Well, I'm seeing them now, so you're good to go. It's an honest effort. I can respect that. I feel like this is what the Heroes of the Storm team was working on with some WoW polishing. I don't know if the Heroes of the Storm team was necessarily working on it, but I know that there is a department in Blizzard that is sort of their, what's it called? Experimental games, right? I think it's the experimental gaming department, where they are consistently developing experimental games. Most of those games never actually get to the players, but I feel like this might actually be one of those that did come to the players, because looking at the level of polish of this, I don't feel like this was designed excuse me, by Team 2. Team 2 is the team that usually makes everything for the patches. And this feels like it just has a little bit too much polish and a little bit too much balance for a Team 2. Like, I don't know if they would have the time in between all of the other patches that they've been working on to also make this. So this must have come from the experimental team. That's probably also why it isn't implemented into WoW itself. Because the experimental team wouldn't be working on the WoW client. They wouldn't be working on the WoW game itself. They would be working on their own, probably just with the WoW engine. And that's why this game mode had to be implemented separate from World of Warcraft, because they never actually made it to be part of World of Warcraft. Their Magic, yes. Yes, they did acquire those guys, but I think all of those guys are working on in the experimental department. Adam Adlam used to be the director for the experimental department in Blizzard. Adam Adlam, for those of you that don't know, is one of the co-founders of Blizzard. He started the company alongside Mike Morheim. He headed up that department until he left, I think, last year. So I feel like that's why they got that team, is they finally realized, hey, we have an award-winning IP here. We should probably try and make some games in this IP. Apple is getting sued for blocking cloud platforms for high-end video game playing. Dude, every single time I fucking open my Twitter, Apple is getting sued for something. What the hell is going on at that company? Why is Apple pretty much just always anti-consumer? Like, what is going on there? $1 trillion company. How you doing, bro? You have to be anti-consumer? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't even know if you have to be. Pringles, I'm not even sure if this is BlackRock money. Because I don't think you can blame what Apple is in hot water for on BlackRock or ESG. Because consistently, the things that Apple run into problems with, the reason people are suing Apple is because consistently their approach to the market is incredibly protectionist. Like, Apple wants to protect their entire ecosystem, and they will not allow anyone to be part of that ecosystem. This is our little space, and you need to get the hell out of our space. That is such a weird way of actually approaching anything. Ready to do? They buy up competition. See, I don't necessarily like on this one. I can't be a hypocrite. I don't mind if a bigger company buys up competition. If you have the money and the competition is willing to sell to you, sure, go ahead, buy the competition, but then do something good with it. The problem is that, but again, we shouldn't complain because this is a problem that the free market will eventually solve. There will eventually come other companies that will put Apple to shame. And then Apple will either wake up or they'll go the way of the dodo bird. If you guys remember, 40 years ago, no one thought that anyone would ever be able to compete with IBM or with HP. I think it was Hewlett Packard. No one thought anyone would ever be able to compete with these guys, because they were just so large and they just held such a huge share of the market space. And then what happened? Where are they now? Kirk, that's a very difficult question to answer. You see, the problem with economics is that you can never really predict when something will happen with economics. You can only predict that something will happen. The when is up to a lot of different things, okay? Because it's influenced by so many different things. Apple might have a couple of really good W's, which makes it so that let's say theoretically it will happen in 2 years from now. But then Apple has a couple of W's, and now it's 4 years from now, 5 years from now. Maybe they have 2 W's and then 3 L's. So, you know, the W's sort of pushed it a little bit out. The L's sort of bring it a little bit back. So you'll never be able to know until it happens. All you can say with economics, it's sort of like whenever people predict recessions, when you listen to economists talk about when a recession is going to happen, very rarely will they tell you within the next year there's going to be a recession. Most serious economists cannot do that because economics doesn't operate that way. What they can tell you is based on the current macroeconomic situation of the country, a recession is inevitable. So you will have a recession. When that recession will happen, that is up for debate. And a big part of why that will always be up for debate, most people don't understand what economics is. Economics isn't the study of money. Economics isn't the study of business. Economics isn't even the study of GDP. Economics is the study of people. And people make decisions based on how they feel. So basically what you're asking when you say any predictions is, when will people have had enough of Apple's anti-consumer actions? And no one can answer that. No one can know the exact day and hour of when people will decide, I've had enough of this company. I can no longer support this. But when that finally happens, that's the day it dies. Regulation is the largest index point for a change. Example, the interest rates in the US doubled for lending. Thus, the home buyer's market that's still red hot hasn't moved because sellers don't want to sell their prime rate for a doubled rate. So while the demand is high, the supply is still extremely low. Oh yeah, I mean, again, if there's one thing that you can trust government for is that they know how to fuck up a system. I have not watched the new Star Wars series. Koak, I always celebrate recessions, and I always celebrate the closure of large companies. Not because I hate large companies, but from the ashes, there's almost always better things that come out of that, right? But it needs to be from the ashes. It needs to be, for example, why are forest fires good? Well, they're good because once the fire is done, you tend to have a lot of new plant life that springs up out of that, right? So every once in a while, a forest fire is actually a good thing. It's the same with economics. It's the same with recessions. It's the same with companies closures. You may see Apple going bankrupt, but in their place, 5 new companies spring up that now start to make the various different things that Apple specialized in. So instead of having one company that did all of this stuff, you now have 5 companies that are competing with one another within this specific genre or within this specific sector of the economy. Recessions is exactly the same thing. The bad side of recessions is that thousands of people lose their jobs. And that is sad. No one wants to see people lose their jobs. The upside of a recession is the economy heals itself during recessions. Recessions aren't a bug of the system. They're a feature. It is meant to make the market more rational because people get irrational, start spending their money on bullshit, and then the market gets sick. That sickness needs to be healed. How do we heal the sickness? Through recession. Yes, that means a lot of people suffer, but hopefully we learn lessons from those recessions and then we don't repeat them. Try and explain that to a fucking politician. Because from where I sit, we just keep making the same mistakes. We've somehow decided we will never learn from our mistakes. We'll just keep making the same ones. Clabby, again, this is because more often than not, so for example, the first, I don't want to turn this entire conversation into an economics one. The first big recession that the US was supposed to have was in the 1990s, right towards the tail end of it, 1998, 1999. That was supposed to be the United States' massive recession. It was just around the time of the internet bubble, the dot-com bubble, as it was known. And that was already a sign that the market had become incredibly irrational. The way the government stayed, because remember, no president or politician wants a recession because there's no clearer indication of not getting reelected than a recession. Recessions is almost like a guarantee you're not going to get elected because people are losing their jobs, people want change, so they're going to vote for the other guy, right? And that is true for political parties as well. Like in America, the Democrats don't want a recession on their term. They would love a recession on the Republican term, but the same is true for the Republicans, right? So what happens is they flooded the market with cash. They literally just print a shit ton of money and they bailed out the dot-com companies that failed, or all of the investors that failed in the dot-com bubble. Then you fast forward a little bit to 2008. Now the market is even more sick because remember, it was supposed to heal in 1999. It didn't heal. So because we basically just pumped it full of antibiotics and said, keep trucking along, fam. You're doing great. The economy is limping, but it's still going. Nothing changes, by the way. No rules are changed. The politicians don't step in and say, hey, you guys are going apeshit. We should put some stops here. Because again, they don't want to piss off their biggest investors. So, you know, the system just continues. 2008 happens. What do? Do we go into the recession so that the market can finally fix itself? Of course not. The politicians bail it out again. So we pump it full of antibiotics. At this point, it's in a fucking wheelchair, but the economy is trucking along. Who are the people that suffer? It's the real people. It's the ordinary people. People in America that's been living in America since then and that knows their economic situations will probably be able to tell you very honestly that they were better off in 2008 or before 2008 than what they are today. Life is getting a lot harder because it's the poor people, the ordinary people that suffer first. Usually it's the middle class that starts to suffer first because it's their money that's being depreciated. The poor people couldn't give a shit. They don't have money to begin with. So whether the economy is good or bad doesn't really affect them. It's the middle class, the ones who do have the money, but now suddenly all of their prices are doubled. They're the ones who now start getting pushed into the poor class. Life isn't good, right? Then you get to, and this is something that I think wasn't foreseen. COVID happens. And what does the world do? Well, an already struggling world economy decides to shut down its economy and instead just print a shit ton of money. So put even more antibiotics into this very sick patient and hope that it fixes him. When the patient should die at this point because the patient can't keep going like this. And now we're all just basically waiting for the patient to take its final breath. Because I don't think all the government can do now is basically extend the life artificially so they can keep printing money and they can keep going. But the problem is recessions are partly economic, but mostly it's perception. And you can't help perception. At some point, the American public decides that they have lost faith in their economic system. At some point, Americans decide they no longer trust that the government or the economy will survive. They no longer trust that the dollar has value. And once that is decided, it's over. Now you can't print money. You can't do anything. It's over. The party ends. Because no matter how much money you print, the average American is just not buying stocks. The average American is saving all of their money or going to the bank and trying to pull their money out of the bank as quickly as possible because they feel like something big is about to happen here. It's all in the mind. Because fundamentally speaking, in all honesty, you can print as much money as you want. There is no law anywhere in the world, as long as the money you print is in your currency, you can print as much money as you want. People love to point to Zimbabwe and be like, look at Zimbabwe. Look at what happened when they print all that money. That's not a fair estimation because Zimbabwe wasn't printing their own money. Zimbabwe was using dollar debt to print their money. So the problem is you're printing someone else's money. You're not actually printing your own. You owe another country this money. So that's a big fuck up. America doesn't owe anyone any money. Well, they do have debts, but when America prints money, it is in dollar. Right? So you can technically print as much as you want. The problem is that the psyche of the mind, the humans that actually live in the system, once they decide that's enough money, we no longer trust the system, it's over. And that's the end of the rant. I think many of us lost faith in our system. Yeah, but most of you still spend your money, you still buy stuff, you still go on holiday. So you're not yet at the point where a recession would happen. Recessions tend to kickstart or get kickstarted because many people stop spending money out of fear. Mr. Bezos just needs to borrow us some money. That wouldn't really fix anything. Bezos could give away all of his money and it wouldn't make any difference to the American system. Right? It wouldn't make America better or worse. It would just be whatever, right? His money really is just a drop in the bucket. Because we live off the government and could lose everything. Vamir, in a recession, if you are reliant on the government right now, you are fucked when the recession hits. Like, that is seriously the very, very, very bad news. If the recession is hard enough and it pushes your country into bankruptcy, you will die of hunger. And there is no doubts about that. Your hospitals will be completely inoperable because the government has no money to pay the nurses and the doctors. Your paycheck will be worth nothing and the government won't have money to push to you anymore. So if you are reliant on the government for things, recessions is a really bad time for people like that. But don't worry, because you'll only be the first to suffer. You won't be the only ones to suffer. You'll suffer first, but then you'll be able to tell all of the middle class in short order, welcome. Because they'll start suffering next. The system sort of crumbles at the bottom first, and then it starts crumbling, the next layer goes, and they join you in absolute poverty, and then finally it's the rich that crumble. Because the rich has a bit more money, so they can sort of artificially prolong it a little bit more, but they will also join you at the bottom eventually. Unless they were smart. So if you were really smart and you sort of prepared for this inevitability, you'll be fine. Or fine-ish. So, for example, you guys remember... well, none of you will remember this. I wasn't even alive then. But you know the Great Depression in the US? You've seen movies and you've seen stories about the Great Depression where people were lining up to find jobs just so that they could feed their kids for a day. Do you know who didn't even experience the Great Depression? Beef and Beans, how you doing, bro? Amir, the problem with that mindset is there would be nothing to steal. It wouldn't be like if a Great Depression were to hit, it wouldn't be like your local, Walmart will still be stocked to the brim. It'll be empty, right? Because they don't even have the money to buy stock. So there will be nothing for you to loot. But the people that never suffered during the Great Depression were the people that lived in the countryside. Farmers and stuff. They in fact, I heard a story of farming communities that didn't even know that there was a recession in America until months into the recession. While the people in the cities were starving, these communities were thriving. Like, they had food. All of the food came from the surrounding area. So no one even knew that there was a recession going on. They were just sort of living their lives, having the best time ever, because all of them were working on the farms. They weren't reliant on, Walmart to bring them their food or the factory to pay them to buy the food. They were just farming, they were just living. Meeks, obviously, if you were like an industrialized farmer that was making most of your money selling to these big corporations, you would have suffered because they can't buy anything. And obviously, you're farming at a level that isn't sustainable for a single community. It's way too big. So yeah, some farmers would obviously have suffered, but I'm talking about more your local farming community. I don't know if America has those still today. Here in South Africa, for example, you have these farming communities where it's small farms. It's not like massive conglomerate farms. It's more just like small little community, like not community farms, but farms that grow enough for their own communities effectively. J-Lack, that's true. I always look at Twitter and then I see people going, I can't wait for the United States to collapse. Specifically people that hate the United States and want nothing to do with the government and have all sorts of flags and stuff in their bios. And I always think to myself, I don't think you understand what the collapse of a society looks like. Like, I genuinely don't think you have a fucking clue. Take a look at Haiti and then tell me whether or not you think that is going to be a fun time to be alive in America. Because you'll probably be one of the first to die. The collapse of a society is not pretty. It's not a fun thing. No one should ever be hoping for that. I kind of like the Free State. Hey, Akko, what do you think about the fact that Blizzard, after just a day already, gave in to the crying of the community, buffing the plunder, storm plunder by 50%? But how is that giving in to the crying of the community? It's about balance. The current balance of the system was a little bit off. Like, you could kill people. I had games where I killed 4 people right after landing, and then you're still behind in levels from people that just went killing mobs. So I sort of understand why Blizzard had to buff that. The buff was really bad. I wouldn't say that's giving into the community. That's just responding to feedback that in a PvP game, killing other players should be the most XP that you can get, or at least to some extent, some XP. Because it did feel bad. So, for example, we had a couple of games yesterday where you get into a fight with like 3 or 4 people at the start of the game. You win that fight, or, you know, it wastes so much of your time that you're just behind everyone else. Like, it's unplayable for you. So I wouldn't call that caving to the community. Good gang. Just even if I go to deserted area, there are some 2 fucks who find me and gang me. Traxy, just fight him. Just go look for it yourself and fight him. Americas, how you doing, bro? Would have also collapsed 3 to 4. 3 out of 4 of the UK, or 3/4 of the UK and half of the EU economically as well. Meek, so I was watching this video of a guy that explained what would have happened if the US actually collapsed in 2008. It would not have been pretty. No, it would not have been pretty. So it's not just that 3/4 of the UK would collapse. It's because people don't understand how interconnected the economy is, right? Like, almost all countries in the world rely on all other countries in the world in order to operate. So if the US collapses, China collapses right alongside it, because the Chinese economy, regardless of what the Chinese like to claim, is very much built around the US economy. So it needs the US economy in order to survive. The Chinese economy collapses, suddenly a lot of third world countries collapse. Those third world countries start taking down places like Australia, start taking down places like Europe, and those are the countries that aren't taken down in the initial collapse of the US. As more of those countries collapse, they start to collapse the countries that's connected to them, because, well, they're collapsed now. They can't support you anymore. So before you know it, America's collapse collapses the whole world. Every country collapses overnight, including most, if not all, of the Middle Eastern countries. Because where do the Middle Eastern countries make their money? They make it from oil. By selling it to who? To the West. If the West isn't buying the oil, then those countries aren't making money, because none of the Middle Eastern countries have anything else that they export. They don't export food. They don't have any raw materials. They have oil. And it's the West that buys that oil. So no matter what, if the American economy falters, the world falters. And that takes down everything, because it will be like dominoes. Princess, absolutely. It'll be like dominoes. You'll just see one country after another fail with no end in sight. Like, it will have to be a complete collapse at that point. Alpha Sigma, I don't know if I would say the US is more in trouble than most, because the US economy may be in trouble, but the US economy, or the United States of America, also has more raw materials than any other country on the planet. America doesn't really need the rest of the world as much as the rest of the world needs America. Because technically speaking, America produces enough oil for itself, enough shale gas for itself. So it should have its energy up and running pretty quickly after any sort of major collapse. It has enough food for itself at least, so it should be able to grow its own food. It has enough raw materials to bring most of the factories up. Sure, it will be fucking horrible for a while, but eventually the factories will come back online. It'll be far more expensive then, but, you know, you'll get basic stuff made. The problem lies more for, I would argue, for a lot of European countries, their economies will basically be shoved back into the, like, literally the Middle Ages. Like, they'll go back to the Dark Ages because there's a lot of European countries that have no natural resources. In fact, a lot of European nations don't even produce enough food for itself. Right? And I'm not just talking about grain, for example. I'm talking about food. Like, enough food to eat. Most European countries don't produce enough food for itself even. So, yeah, I think Europe is in big trouble. China is in massive trouble. Because China genuinely doesn't produce enough food for itself. It imports most of the food that it has. So, a true US collapse is bad for everyone. What do you mean they can wage war when they're desperate, Pringles? Hey, Jeeps, the only reason America buys from the rest of the world is because they can get it for cheaper at the rest of the world. But yeah, in a forced experience, America will be just fine. The other continent that will be just fine will be Africa. When I say just fine, I mean it will be as fucked as it is now, but not because of the recession. Because Africa is the only other continent on Earth that doesn't really need the rest of the world. It makes most of its own things. It has shit tons of oil. It has everything that it needs. It's just corruption that keeps it from actually utilizing those resources. But there's a lot of other countries that sort of won't survive. Not in the way that they are now. They'll survive. Obviously, the people aren't going to die en masse and it's just going to be ghost towns. But it'll have to go down significantly. That have to really lower their lifestyles to fit the new normal. And the new normal will probably no electricity, very little food. The food that they will have access to will be naturally caught if they can catch it themselves. So just a much more primitive existence, at least until we can fix the economy. Yeah, Africa is super rich in resources. What do you mean by collapse, though? What does a total collapse entail? That implies more than just a depression. Patches, remember, even in a depression, so for example, in 2008, everyone sort of spoke about the $1.6 trillion that the United States printed in order to bail out the banks. And people go, yeah, look at the United States government taking care of the rich. True, right? Those people made their own problem and then the United States people bailed them out. But do you know what would have happened if the United States government didn't print the 1.6 trillion US dollars? At that time, Iceland had already declared bankruptcy. They were already bankrupt, right? So that is now a failed state. Greenland was on the verge of declaring bankruptcy. Those two countries failing alongside the US economy failing because the government doesn't want to bail them out would immediately cause the failure of all of the Scandinavian countries. They would all have to declare bankruptcy as well because their banks owned shares in both Iceland and Greenland. So their banks would have been bankrupt. That means the economic system is done. That would have taken down most of Europe, which in turn would have taken down the UK. The UK would take down France and Germany pretty much instantly as a result of that, right? France and Germany going down would take down pretty much all of the countries surrounding them because their economies are so large, then again intertwined with all of the rest. And this all was started by banks. big banks that owned stocks and bets in other banks. And those bets would have been far larger than what those economies could pay. So fundamentally, America sort of went and said, all right, boys, we'll take this one. We'll print the $1.6 trillion. We'll tax our own citizens through inflation. So we'll suffer so that the world can live. Because if America didn't do that, the world was done. You're talking about a complete and utter collapse of all infrastructure, all governments, just instantly sort of going, the fuck? Right? What are we supposed to do now? Our economies are bankrupt. Russia will fail as well if the US fails. Because US fails, China fails, Russia fails. Because Russia right now relies primarily on China for most of their money. So no one is spared. There is no country in the world that doesn't, in some connected way, get their lifeblood from America. Everyone sucks at the teeth of America, fundamentally. Abiwar, no. You can't just keep printing money. At some point, no amount of printed money can save the system. But that no one knows when that happens. It just happens and then it's over. So the party will be over at some point. When that party ends, when the police shows up and shuts it down, that remains to be seen. But it will happen at some point. You can't keep the party going forever. For now, it does look like the governments of the world is sort of going, well, we'll just keep printing. Right? We'll just keep printing. And we'll see how that goes. Hopefully not too bad. Just waiting its time as the ruler of the world. I don't want that image in my head. Thank you very much. When all fall, only it will be on top. What do you mean, Evans? Oh, Madagascar. I don't know if that will even happen. Maybe. I mean, maybe. But even that, I wonder if that will actually... Anyways, it doesn't fucking matter. There's not much anyone can do about it. You can just have fun, live your life, try and live it as good as possible, and wait for the government to fuck you. It's pretty much, yeah, it's pretty much the game. People on Mars are gonna be fine, dude. I don't know if we're ever getting to Mars. I don't know. I don't think we will. Oh, shit. Wait, this is interesting.
There's another one.
Oh, this is 13 hours ago. Let's check this out. Sorry, guys. Changing very abruptly from one thing to the next.
There's another one. There's two audio DEI panels I found, I think. And the other one was...
How do you make audio more diverse?
Today launched the beginning of GDC, the Game Developers Conference. Crumbs, I would imagine you've been to a GDC or two.
Yeah, I used to go to them regularly, and then I stopped going when it was getting a little pretentious, I guess. Like,
Tell us more.
Well, it used to be a gathering of game devs that when it used to be much lower cost too. I think it's like almost 2,500 now. I heard to attend, which is crazy. It was only a couple $100, when it first started, and it was just a time and it was kind of a wild time. Early GDCs were.
Okay, I should probably give you guys a little bit of backstory about who this guy is. His name is Grums. He was one of the original developers on World of Warcraft. back when Blizzard was just starting to make World of Warcraft, he was one of the original devs, leads actually. He was one of the team leads. So he made World of Warcraft what it is today, and then he left, started his own company. I'm pretty sure he's making another game right now. But yeah, he's a pretty good source of information when it comes to the gaming industry and how things work in the gaming industry, because he's one of the few people that left the gaming industry because he just could not stand what the gaming industry was becoming. And so he left and he started his own thing instead.
Crazy. And probably not politically correct. You had the suite crawl, which was very famous, where the hotels that were set up nearby everyone would basically open up a kegger and a party in their suite, and you'd go and meet your favorite game devs and each other just by going suite to suite to suite and getting really, really drunk. And it was a blast, but it was a different time back then. But then we actually had useful talks, and that was the next thing that came along, and that was good. We had a lot of incredible, sharing of information. But at Blizzard, we used to have a policy that we don't share any of that. It was all like trade secret stuff and everything like that. That's changed now, and you see Blizzard devs presenting stuff. But the exchange of information is really, really valuable. But what started happening?
I learned so much about game development. If you guys are ever interested in game development, go look at the GDC, some of their older videos, like from a few years ago. Dude, there's so many super interesting conversations from devs that actually worked on video games, explaining to you how a video game gets made, what you look for, what you don't look for, what you ignore from community feedback perspectives, how you design things. It is super, super, super fun to actually watch that shit, because it is sort of behind the scenes look at how does your favorite video game actually get made.
Thing was, I think, as games got popular, we started to get a different type of crowd there. All the good stuff is still there and still happening even now. But I think you have a crowd there that's sort of like in it for the glamour of game development. And that always was kind of off-putting to me. And it was almost like putting on airs in a way. I don't know how to explain it more than that. It felt insincere. There was a lot of people that maybe really didn't know game dev. There was a lot of people who just wanted to be surrounded by devs as it became popular, and that's when it really started to sour on me, and I stopped going.
So there's almost a rock star element to it, to where there's like groupies. It sounds like there's groupies in us.
It was more than that. It's not just they're not, they're attending and they really weren't developers, but they were pretending to be developers. It was kind of like a poser type of situation, and I would say that's a minority, but it was sort of like permeating everywhere. And you started to get a lot of what I call soft talks. Soft talks are things that aren't really informative, aren't presented by people who have done true innovation in the space or have something interesting to talk about. And it's more about talking about games for the sake of talking about game development from products that weren't very successful or were very niche. And, I appreciate that they get a voice and they get to talk about what they're trying to do, but it was very low information. That's what it is. This is like, if you started looking at the talks, you got a much higher ratio of low information fluff talks, and the core topics were diminishing. But I just looked at the recent GDC schedule, and I'm happy to see that there are many more core topics now. I think that there's a lot of really good info coming out of GDC now.
Well, one of the good depends who you ask. One of the things that's coming out of GDC is diversity. As I'd like to thank Jeremy Wormy and Extra Zero for sending this to me over the weekend. But if you were to go and you were to search for, this has been a hot topic, obviously, over the last few weeks, all the sweet baby stuff, and you've obviously been leading the charge and all that, Grums, as far as calling out the nonsense associated with this. But if you were to search diversity on the GDC session viewer over on their website, you would find that there were 42 instances of diversity being diversity-led panels. Do you think any of those are soft talks, Grums?
Yeah, I went through.
Dude, if only these because this is again the thing that we spoke about the other day when we were reacting to the bridge stuff. What if two of those talks about diversity, or what if some of the talks about diversity is actually the good kind? What if it's, for example, a Baldur's Gate 3 developer talking about how they approached making all these different characters in their game and making sure that all of these different characters had a voice, had a reason for being there? That is super cool information to have, and it's a super cool thing for developers to know, especially developers that maybe want to make some weird and wacky characters in their game, but they're not entirely sure how to do it. But now we're in this world where diversity has become sort of like a swear word because of the actions of a few, and now anything to do with it is just immediately ridiculed. I would have to go watch those panels to know if it is indeed as problematic as they claim.
I went through some of them. I found 19 very specific ones, and diversity is a keyword I didn't try, but I could see that being mentioned in a couple of others. But as far as some of the core 19 that I saw, a lot of those did look like fluff talks to me. And that's not to say that, it's like, I think it's be careful to say, hey, don't be contrarian. I don't have a problem with diversity per se. I have a problem with tokenism. I have a problem with vindictive disruption of lore and characters, and history for the sake of promoting an agenda. These are the things I have a problem with. But if you look at what they're talking about, a lot of it is super, super fluff. And there are some audio panels that talk about diversity and gender discrepancies in audio staff. And I'm like, is that really a topic? I'd really like to hear about what you're doing with the audio of your AAA game, not whether or not you manage to hire enough men, women, or Latinx on your team. That to me should not be a talk led by the audio team of a game that I really want to hear about.
So you're telling me that diversity in game audio roundtable isn't?
That's not even.
There's another one. There's 2 audio DEI panels I found, I think, and the other one was.
How do you make audio more diverse?
Do you put Melanie
You have
in there with
2.0 and
ASL?
5.1 at the same time. I don't.
If you click on it, you'll see the actual topic of what they cover.
Black Lives Matter in the audio.
Well, here it is.
Huh?
Yeah.
So here's the description. Tech industries, including the video game industry, are predominantly composed of cis white male individuals. Thanks to the momentum of social movements such as Me Too, Black Lives Matter, and Stop Asian Hate, efforts to address systematic issues are increasing, but there are still plenty of work to be done. It's absolutely critical to keep these conversations going. As industry professionals with firsthand experience existing as diverse individuals in a homogeneously dominated space, this group aims to lead these vital discussions in order to facilitate lasting change.
Yeah, I would have no problem with that. I think there are plenty of games that do that perfectly. I can see a world in which this could be a seriously good discussion panel to have, right? So how do you write the voice acting, for example, and the script for Black characters, for Hispanic characters, to make sure that if a Black character or if a Black person plays this character, it feels real, it feels normal, especially if you're going for realism. Yeah, sure. Remember, this is the Game Developers Conference. It's a place where people, especially sometimes developers that may be struggling with certain games, maybe like single indie developers or maybe like teams of 10, they don't exactly know how to do this. What are the resources that they can look for in order to make these characters believable? Because no one wants a character in a game that just sounds completely wrong. Every single time the voice actor speaks, it sounds like, wait, what? The fuck is this guy talking about? This is not how this is not how it sounds. So I fully understand it, but I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's where it comes from. I think instead what this panel focuses on is, again, the anti. And that's my problem with this whole diversity thing. I have no issue with wanting to make games diverse. Where you lose me is the second your diversity is actually just no white people. that's where you lose me. Because now we're not talking about diversity, we're just talking about racism. You're just trying to make games as racist as possible by excluding an entire group of players. And that is usually where it is.
The takeaway, attendees will gain better understanding of the issue facing diverse members of the game audio field. They'll gain a heightened awareness of their own unconscious bias. So there it is, and how to mitigate them when interacting with diverse individuals. The intended audience is anyone who listened, bitch. Nah,
How is this an audio panel? How is this? This is the game developers conference. This should be a panel on how to make excellent audio for games. You know, how do you get your weapon sounds? How do you get your ambient sounds? How to create an ambience, you know, to immerse you in a game. This is the topic for HR. It really should have been.
We have always had diverse characters in gaming. It became a problem with lazy writing, shitty characters, and then forced the AI stuff. Date Magic, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, diversity has always been a thing that adds to games overall, right? It adds to the atmosphere, it adds to the overall feel of a game. But the problem is, and this is the thing that sadly is completely excluded, is tokenism. When you have diversity just for the sake of being able to say, look at how diverse our characters are, what you oftentimes end up with is very bad writing, because you didn't try to write a story that made sense, you tried to write a story that is politically correct. And it just makes it feel shit. And now you're actually, in my opinion, doing a disservice to the very people that you are trying to help. You're trying to get more black voice actors into the gaming space. You're trying to get games to embrace the idea of having a black protagonist, for example. All brilliant things, and we should try and do that. But if every game you make that have a black protagonist is absolute dog shit, it doesn't take long for the player base to have sort of simple brain and just go, oh, that's a black protagonist, that's bad, I'm not going to play that. Even if it is a super good game, and the character's race has nothing to do with the quality of the game, it doesn't matter, because the players have decided, since 50 games have come out, and they've all been bad, that this one will also be bad. So you're actually just doing a lot more harm than what you could have been doing if you just did if you just made a good, solid game, and you actually wanted to have these characters presented because they made sense for the story to actually be there.
Been branded an HR topic.
I saw someone claim on my Twitter, someone forwarded this to me. Or did I? Hold up. I fucking can't remember. Oh, where was this? Let me see if I can find this for you guys. Here we go. Right? So this I'm so lucky dude tweets out, I swear if they don't cast an actual blind person for Toph in season 2, I'ma lose it. Okay, so that's where we are now. You have to cast a blind actor to play a blind character, otherwise it is disgusting, and that's not how it works. So I'll tell you right now, the chances of anyone trying to cast a blind actor into specifically a role like Toph's, which is obviously filled with a lot of combat, obviously filled with a lot of blocking of combat, blind character will not work. It will not work. A blind actor will not be able to do that because the combat has to be blocked, meaning the other person needs to be able to see when you're punching them. Otherwise, the blind person is going to be seriously fucked up during the combat blocking because, well, they're blind. So you're basically, if you did try to do that, you'd end up spending most of the time having to choreograph the fight around a person that can't see what is actually happening in the fight. That will almost definitely not track. Not to mention studios or the set. That needs to be blocked as well. I studied acting. I know how this works. The set is built in a specific way. As an actor, you have blocked movements. So in other words, you move to here, you stop, you turn, you deliver your line. Then you move there, you deliver your line. These are all blocked actions. On set, things go wrong and you have to change what you're doing because that shit went wrong. Now you have a blind character or a blind actor playing this. If things go wrong, they don't know and they fall over. or they walk into things because someone forgot where they were supposed to stand. It would just not work. It would just not operate. Not to mention the fact that I don't know how many blind actors there actually are. So are you going to be able to find and I get the point. You want to make sure that blind people also have representation. But how many blind people actually go into acting? It's predominantly the kind of thing, like, even if you want to cast pretty much any character for any role, you want someone to have the range to be able to play that role. And sometimes that doesn't mean that the person, like, it's called acting for a reason, because you have to be something that you are not. You don't need an actual paraplegic to play a dude in a wheelchair. You can have a normal walking actor play the dude in the wheelchair. That's why it's called acting. Right? Because they're pretending to do that. It's perfectly fine to do that. So yeah, it's sort of wild.
It's absolutely amazing.
And then buried.
And then buried.
Don't get me wrong. Like, if you could get a maybe, like, not completely blind actor, but someone that is hard of seeing, so they can see, but they don't see well, and they are actually phenomenal for the role of Toph, yeah, fuck it, now, let's go, right? Because they'd probably also be able to add a little bit more nuance to the script that someone that isn't blind wouldn't be able to know, right? But fundamentally, yeah, maybe you get lucky and you find that one person out of a million people, but that's going to be very lucky. Yeah, and why the heck should a blind person do act in a film? He can't see. Nightlight crafting, I mean, I don't know how many blind people, like I said, I don't know how many blind people actually go into acting, because famously it is an industry that doesn't really do that, right? It doesn't really work for blind people in that industry. Voice acting is a different story. Yeah, you can have blind voice actors, no problem, but not actual actors. That would be, you can do it, but it would take, you'd waste so much money trying to get all of that shit done. And anyone that's ever worked in the movie industry will tell you, every single day wasted on a movie set is hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars wasted. Just remember, all of the people on that set have to be paid every single day for being there. All of the actors have to be paid every single day for being there. You have to have catering. You have to pay for the equipment, because a lot of that equipment is rented. It's not owned. They rent that shit because some of those cameras are super expensive. And studios don't want to carry that shit on them. In case it breaks, they can just hand it back and their insurance will cover the rest. So all of that has to be paid for. Now you have an actor that, instead of taking a week to learn the blocking of a fight, takes 6 months to learn the blocking of a fight. That's 6 months the people have to be paid to be there. So your series, the episodes with this character, where it should maybe cost $500,000 per episode, suddenly balloons to $20 million per episode, because of just how much time it took you to actually cost or actually get the acting down. It would not work. It would be a major, major problem.
Well, there you go. You can look for that in the more insanity this week at GDC, taking place once again in San Francisco, inside the bubble, the bubble that is San Francisco.
Yeah, it's a week-long affair, and I've actually asked on Twitter any game devs attending GDC. I'd like to know, are these panels actually attended? There's 19 core ones I found, and it looks like there's, you said, about 50 in total. And so far, I would like to know, if are game devs buying into this, because that's not what I'm hearing from my sources in the industry. So I predict these rooms are pretty small.
I'll be more, I can tell you, as someone that's worked on this shit, all the work, or most of the work that you do in pre-production, generally gets changed in production, because the director will have some mega bright idea while they're shooting that now changes everything. And now suddenly you have to change everything that you've choreographed because the director had a better idea. right? And the better idea usually comes while they're shooting the thing. And they go, shit, okay, this actually works so much better. Let's go that way. But now you can't do that because you've plotted everything in pre-production. And even then, you're still paying a bunch of actors to do it, right? So you're still spending money on that. But yeah, you could probably get away with some of it in pre-production, but then you are limited to only doing what you practiced in pre-production and literally nothing else, right? Taught to fight. A fighter can't be taught to act with a shit. Yeah, we've seen that in movies. There's a couple of fighters that's been in movies before. For example, there's something I loathe so much. In the Iron Man movie, there's a scene where Elon Musk is in the movie. I don't know if you guys remember that. Where Elon Musk is sort of freaking out about meeting Iron Man, right? Tony Stark, because Tony Stark in this universe is the real Elon Musk. You know, he's like the big boy and the big brains behind changing the world. It is the most uncomfortable fucking scene ever because you can tell Elon Musk cannot act. And it is so clear that this dude cannot act. It is, I hate that. I hate when they do that. Just leave the famous person out of your show, please. Because they clearly cannot act. And it broke. Oh, man. I was so triggered when I saw Elon Musk in Iron Man. And when I first watched the original Iron Man, I didn't know who Elon Musk was. So at that point, I just thought they sort of took an extra on the set and brought him in because they needed someone to fan over Tony Stark. But now I know who Elon Musk is, and I rewatched Iron Man. I was like, what? Why would you do this? Man.
Or actually kind of empty. And so that's my thesis or my theory, and I'd like to get it proven one way or the other.
Go
I
watch
do
it,
have
Pat.
at least one volunteer so far that says they'll let me know. But with so many panels out there, if there are more people attending GDC and would like to just note how many people were in the room, or actually send me a picture of the room, no identifying faces, please, just back of the heads is fine. And some of the ridiculous slides that we're going to see, that's always great. I love pulling slides from GDC, from DEI Talk, because you get some doozies. Please send them my way at Grums on Twitter. My DMs are open.
It's spectacular, really, just absolutely spectacular. So,
dude, I should get Grums on the stream. What do you guys think? I should DM him and ask him if he'd be willing to come on the stream, because I think that could be mega interesting discussions. Yeah, I'll DM him tonight after stream. I'll DM him, see if we can get him on the stream.
anyways, I'm sure we'll get a lot more out of GDC this week. It'll be great, and I'm sure there'll be all sorts of really good good slides to come out. I'm actually over at the Take Games Back Twitter handle. Actually posted. I wanted to pull this one up really quick. This is posted reasons why we should be taking games back. And I actually wanted to show this one. Speaking of, here it is. This is from GDC a few years ago. Let me show this really fast. Video games are political. The way we make games is political. The way that we teach our students to make games is political. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think we spoke about this specific slide not too long ago. And it is... This is why I tell you guys the university is the problem. It's not SBI. It's not Sweet Baby Inc. It's not the consultants that's the problem. It's the students. It's the actual developers that work at these companies. They all came from universities where they were taught in no uncertain terms, everything you make, everything you do is political. It is all part of the political theater. And your job as a video game designer isn't to make fun games. It is to convert people to our political ideology. That's your job. So you wonder why our games are so shit? That's why. Because your job is to convert people to our way of thinking about stuff. But this doesn't... this video isn't what I hoped it was. I was hoping for something a little more interesting than them just covering all the shit we've seen already. I will say though, I am getting to the point where I'm a little tired of talking about fucking Sweet Baby Inc. and Gamergate and all the rest of it. It's getting annoying. I generally speaking don't like talking about stuff like this too much, and I don't like focusing on stuff like this too much, which I know is like super bad, right? I should actually not care. I should actually keep going because it's my job and people shouldn't give up. We should be fighting. But what I have found in my own life is when you focus on this stuff too much, life gets really depressing really quickly. You can't help but feel depressed when you're constantly in the political space, because the political space is a dirty one. You get depressed about seeing everyone lie. You get depressed about seeing so many like weird takes, and just your brain just immediately goes into this sort of combat mode kind of thing. I saw this tweet where studies show that woke people are more unhappy than unwoke people. So people who are woke tend to suffer from more things like depression, things like social anxiety, things like suicidal thoughts, and all the rest of it. And obviously, you had the conservatives having a field day with that, right? Just because this proves that woke makes you unhappy. And I thought that's not really what, because the problem is when you make politics your entire life, you start looking at things very, very differently. You start seeing ghosts where none exist. So if you embrace this world philosophy that the world is racist, it doesn't take long before everything is racist, right? And now you have to fight everything, because the philosophy doesn't stop for anyone. There's people who make a lot of money preaching to other people how not to be racist. So they create new reasons for racism to exist every single day. And that shit makes you unhappy, because now you are constantly seeing all of this darkness in the world, when in reality, the overwhelming majority of people are not dark. The overwhelming majority of people are not racist. The overwhelming majority of people are not woke. The overwhelming majority of people don't want to destroy the world. But when you're in this, when you're politically in this, when you're in the fight, you can't help but see it that way, because the algorithm is designed that way. I open my Twitter now, and all I see is Sweet Baby Inc. stuff, right? It is delivering me right into my veins this consistent push for politicization of my video games. And I know for a fact that 99% of the games that comes out of the gaming industry probably isn't political and isn't trying to be political, and it's just having a good old time making video games. But again, there's always people that want to make money some way or another. And it is... it's difficult. It's very difficult. Charlotte, how you doing? Depression, the feeling of being against something or persecuted in some way. Charlotte, absolutely agree with you there. And very good comparison, actually. Because that is true. When you find yourself in this mind space where you believe the world is evil, it doesn't take long before the whole world is actually evil and out to get you. And that will obviously make you more depressed. It will obviously make you feel less happy, because you think the whole world is against you, rather than realizing that actually maybe most people aren't against you. Most people just want to play video games and have fun. Nightlight, yeah, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. I don't think the human mind is meant to be stressed to that point. I think that's a big problem. I think the human mind is meant to have fun. The human mind is meant to enjoy itself. The problem, of course, is that you can't enjoy yourself when you believe that the whole world is out to get you. Or when you believe that it is your job to fight the whole world because, well, who else is going to do it, right? If not you, then who? And I think that's where most of these problems come from. My hope is in the indies, small teams making whatever they want. Diverse or not, political or not, and the people will decide what's good and what's not. Albiwar, I'm right there with you. Princess, welcome back, by the way. Did I say welcome back? I'm not sure. Charles, life is to suffer. Woke also has a big problem with itself. Woke starts to eat its members. Well, that's again the problem with being full. If you're full-blown conservative or if you're full-blown woke, the problem is going to be exactly the same. Eventually, the movement will eat you up. At some point, you're going to say something that isn't quite woke enough or isn't quite conservative enough, and guess what? Now you're the enemy. Right? That's the issue. That is the issue with extremes, because extremes tend to move more extreme over time. So if you're far left and you're far right, eventually you will be found not far enough to your side. And once that happens, you become the enemy. Now you are under attack. We saw that over and over again. We see that every single day. That is why it's almost always better to remain moderate, to look at all sides and not get too involved in the fight, so to speak. Andricus, the far right absolutely does not have more forgiveness. The thing that the problem with the far right is that you don't see them as often because the algorithms, rightly so, pushes them out of the engagement sphere, right? No social media platform on the planet is going to push takes of racial purity or takes of, genocidal mania. They're not going to amplify that because that shit's disgusting, and rightfully so. So you don't see those people, but believe me, it does happen, right? It does happen. If you're super far on the right and you suddenly have a take about something, I won't go into detail here, but there was a guy that I accidentally saw a video of where this guy basically said he thinks Asian women are really cute, and he was like some far, at the time I didn't know he was a far right nutcase, but then I saw the attacks that this guy was under from his own side, and basically they pushed him off the internet, right? His own side pushed them off the internet because he wasn't far right enough for them. Fundamentally, if you are on one extreme side or the other, you will eventually be found wanting. What will I do once I establish contact with my fellow communists? Rhetoric. You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice, but mostly you'll probably complain about other communists. Isn't that last part kind of counterproductive? Rhetoric? Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist. Yeah, I like that. No institutional power in the US, at least as opposed to the farthest of the left. Yeah, I mean, I think the world is at some point going to wake up to the problems of, because rightly so, the world shunned far-right extremists for all the right reasons. Because we all knew where it led, right? We all saw the dangers of Nazi Germany. And the world, rightly so, said, fuck that. Never again. So now when you hear someone go, well, maybe we should set up some concentration camps, you'll instantly be like, the fuck? Get out of my house. This is not, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Sadly, most people in the West never saw the absolute dangers of communism. And so we don't have those same guards for like far left propaganda and far left destruction, because most people have no idea. For example, I've had conversations with communists where I say the communist body count is anywhere from 40 million if you want to be super conservative to over 100 million if you want to include all of the potential victims. That's the body count, and that's their own people. That's not even the people they killed in wars. That's just their own people. Most people will go, that's a lie. That is not true. And you're like, wait, what? How can you not know about this? What are you talking about? You just don't know. Yeah, Mao, Stalin, all of these people, pretty big problems, obviously. Oh, shit. There's another thing I wanted to share with you guys that's a lot more game-related and not fucking depressing. Well, it's kind of depressing, but it's not depressing in the way that you may think it's depressing. So don't worry about it. This is actually... Well, I don't know. It's depressing, but it's not... Where is it? I know I retweeted it. Just look at it. Come on, you bastard. What? I'll just find him instead. Should be worth. Okay, here we go. All right, so both good and bad news here. The good news is that the Riot MMO is still going, right? It's still chugging along. The bad news is that it's basically been completely reset. So Tryndamere here posted this, I believe yesterday. Yeah, yesterday at 5 last night. Hey all, we know many of you are hungry for news about the Riot Games MMO project, and we really appreciate your patience and the incredible support you've shown us so far. I'm writing to update you today on where we're at. And before anyone panics, yes, we are still working on the game. After a lot of reflection and discussion, we've decided to reset the direction of the project some time ago. This decision wasn't easy, but it was necessary. The initial vision just wasn't different enough from what you can play today. We don't believe you all want an MMO that you've played before with a Runeterra coat of paint. To truly do justice to the potential of Runeterra and to meet the incredibly high expectations of players around the world, we need to do something that truly feels like a significant evolution of the genre. This is a huge challenge, but one that our team of deeply passionate MMO players and game development veterans is incredibly motivated to pursue. With this new direction, I'm excited to introduce Fabrizio as the new executive producer of the MMO. Fabrice's experience as a player and passion for creating immersive worlds is extraordinary, having led big projects at Riot, BioWare, and EA. He brings a fresh perspective and a shared commitment to excellence that will guide our team as they continue on this difficult journey. We started laying the groundwork for this pivot some time ago, and over the last year, under Vijay Thakur's management, we built key components of the technical foundation to create the kind of ambitious game we're talking about. We're grateful for Vijay's leadership and that he'll be a part of the game development team going forward as our technical director. Resetting our development path also means we will be going dark for a long time, likely several years. This silence will help provide space for the team to focus on the incredible amount of work ahead of them. We understand the excitement and anticipation that surrounds new information, but we ask for your trust during this silent phase. Remember, no news is good news. as it means we're hard at work, pouring our hearts and souls into making something that we hope you'll love. Thank you for believing in us and for your patience. All right. So let's talk about this. I guess most MMO players, most people who have ever played an MMO was excited for this. I know I was, because I do think the world of Runeterra can make for a phenomenal game. It sounds to me a little like they basically overcomplicated the game to the point where things just no longer made sense. I'm now sort of wondering about Ghostcrawler's departure, though, because we saw Ghostcrawler leave the project, and when Ghostcrawler was leaving the project, he said that the project was now, like, his job was basically done laying the foundations for the game, and now it would just be the nitty-gritty design stuff that they would have to solve, and he wasn't really interested in doing that. Instead, he wanted to go do his own thing. But now I'm starting to wonder if... Did Ghostcrawler leave because he was no longer believed in this project, and that's why he decided to take his stuff and go? Or did Ghostcrawler, did they basically make wrong turns after Ghostcrawler left? So they decided to go in directions that they should not have gone in. The thing that scares me a little about this announcement, though, is the fact that they make this claim where they say, we don't believe that most of you want to play a game, right, that you've seen before just with a Runeterra coat of paint. Now, in my opinion, that may just be... In my opinion, that may just be a big red flag. Well, if you try to reinvent the wheel, you are most likely going to come up short. And the reason you're going to come up short is because, well, you're trying to reinvent the wheel. The wheel works just fine. And the fact that they hyper-focus on this idea that they don't want to make an MMO that all of us have played before, they want to do something completely unique and different. There's only so many ways in which you can make a game completely unique and different before you're completely changing what the game is. And that part scares me a little bit. Basically sounded like he didn't agree with what they're doing and that he won't be going dark. MMOs are limping along as it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't space for innovation within the MMO space, but if your mindset from the off is, we want to make something the players have never played before, that becomes a very big problem, right? Because what if the things that you want to change are actually good things? Like, players actually enjoy this stuff, but now you don't want to do that because it's been done before. And now you have to reinvent the way it's done, but the way it's done is done that way because it is the best way to do it. Or maybe it's the only way to do it. But okay, so Ghostcrawler then tweeted out, this was after the fact. It was also yesterday, but at 7, so 2 hours afterwards. I wish the Riot MMO well. They have a great world to explore, and the team is truly top-notch. I will definitely play the crap out of it. 2 of the reasons I founded my own studio are 1, I don't want to take 10 years to develop a game, and 2, I want to develop in the open with players along for the journey. Neither strategy is right or wrong. I just know my current approach plays to our studio's strengths. No going dark year. Yeah, so from this tweet, though, from Ghostcrawler's tweet, it does kind of sound like he wasn't all too happy with the direction of the original Riot MMO. So the first tweet you can completely ignore. Game developers very rarely flame each other in public. Like, that's very rare. And the reason for it is Greg Street has no guarantee that his studio is going to work. Greg Street has no guarantee that his game is going to work. Should his game fail, he may find himself in a position where he needs another job. And if you're a game developer that has openly torched your old studio, you're done. You're done. No studio will hire you because they don't trust you. If you leave them, are you going to torch them too? So the first tweet here, you can completely ignore. It has no real value. We wouldn't know if the team is actually top-notch. We wouldn't know if he's even actually looking forward to playing the game. It's the second tweet that really gets me, where he says he wants to start his own studio because he doesn't want to take 10 years to develop the game, and he wants to develop the game in the open with players along for the journey. That's the part that I think is most important here, and also the most interesting part of this entire thing, because that's the part that tells me 10 years to develop a game suggests that that game was probably in development hell long before he even left. Like, the fact that he knew it was going to take 10 years for this MMO to be made suggests development hell had already set in at that point. And 2, he wants to do it open with players along for the journey. That part is just completely unique. There's no game currently that I know of on the market that does that. So that is a unique part of game design. We'll have to see if that actually plays out, right? When there can't be weird characters, as long as I don't have ultra-realistic characters. I don't imagine the Riot MMO would ever go for hyper-realism. I mean, Riot itself, League of Legends, isn't hyper-real. They purposefully go for also like Blizzard, very stylized, because it's what they like. It's what fits Runeterra. And I know this was years ago when Ghostcrawler was sort of talking about the game. They were asked, will this game have realistic graphics or stylized graphics? And he said, well, it won't be quite as stylized as World of Warcraft, but it will also not be realistic. So they were going for some kind of in-between, which is all fine. You can have pretty decently, like, stylized games that isn't like World of Warcraft levels of stylization, but also isn't hyper-realistic, right? So that's also still fine. I rated as we spent X years. Now with the restart of development, the total number of years will be close to 10 years. Abiwar, I don't know, because when he announced that he wants to leave the game, right? He would have had certain ideas in his mind as to why he was leaving. He wrote down why he decided to leave. And the why is because he doesn't want to take 10 plus years to develop a game. That suggests that already then, that was on his mind. He realized that this game was going to take 10 years to develop, which suggests the game is already in development hell. They're already struggling with a lot of issues because they were trying to do something and it ended up not working, and now they have to try something new. Making games in that regard can take a long time, especially if you're trying to do something major. Because you don't know if something is going to work until you do it, play it, and then realize, shit, this doesn't work. And now you've wasted 6 months on making a new map, and the new map doesn't work because something is fundamentally wrong with your game. So, I mean, it could just be that he's talking about current information included, but I didn't take it that way. Do you think Black Desert Online is stylized? I've not seen a lot of Black Desert Online, but I wouldn't say it's stylized. It's definitely more on the realistic side from the graphics that I've seen. It wanted to go for very shiny graphics, but that still doesn't mean that it's hyper realistic. Because, yeah, I would probably say that it is still stylized, because stylization doesn't mean cartoony. It just means that it can stand the test of time, right? Because it's stylized, you didn't go for hyperrealism. So hyperrealism would be Cyberpunk. If you look at Cyberpunk 2077, that is a hyper-realistic game. And there aren't many games that, like, I don't think there's many games that try to. So, for example, you have Judy here, right? And this is Judy in the game. That's what she looks like in the game, right? You can see that is hyper-realistic. Now, the problem that you have with this particular hyper-realism is... the problem that you have with this level of hyper-realism is it doesn't take long before it starts looking like crap, right? Before it starts looking out of date. So people will look back on this game 10 years from now, and they'll be like, shit, that was good quality for its time, but it's nowhere near where it is today, right? Because it will age, it's photorealist, or you're going for hyperrealism, so you are bound to the limitations of the current technology. Whereas World of Warcraft, and not just WoW, there's plenty of games that go for a more stylized approach, and that means that the graphics can last for a lot longer, because technically speaking, World of Warcraft's graphics that's a choice, right? You made a choice to make your game look this cartoony. And I mean, does anyone think the graphics of Tom and Jerry is bad? No, it's Tom and Jerry. When you see Tom and you see Jerry, that's how they look. It's perfectly fine. You accept that because it was stylized as that. Right? That's how you wanted it to look. You don't need anything else. However, if they did try to make them look real, by now it would have looked like absolute ass. Remember the live action Lion King? Wait, there was a live action Lion King? How the hell would that work? I didn't know there was such a thing, but all right. I only watched the first Lion King when I was very young. I remember crying my eyes out when Simba's dad died. Mufasa, I think it was called. Was he called Mufasa? Or was Mufasa the brother? I can't remember now. But yeah, I remember watching that and crying like a little bitch when the dad died. But I've never watched any other Lion Kings. Yeah, the only reason I had Mufasa on the mind is in that movie, the hyenas tease each other by going Mufasa. Ooh, say it again, Mufasa. Oh, again, Mufasa, Mufasa, Mufasa. Never, ever mention that name in my presence again. Like, that's the only reason I remember it. Actually, no, that's not where he says never ever mention that name in my presence again. It's when the parrot is singing and he says, sing something a little bit more upbeat. And he goes, I've got the lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, standing in the road. Big one, small one, some as big as your head. Oh, I should never have to do this for Mufasa. What? What did you say? I said, Mufasa, never, ever mention the name in my presence again. I am the king. Yes, sire, you are the king. That's why I remember that. My favorite VHS cartoon was the Robin Hood one with foxes and stuff. That was fun. I don't know what? Probably banned in the entirety of Africa. I don't think it was banned. I just never watched it. I tend to have a very, very, very weird relationship with Disney now. Most of their shit I don't watch. The last good thing I watched from Disney was Andor. That was actually pretty good. I don't know if you guys have watched Andor, but do yourself a favor. Andor is pretty good. Jetlag, are you actually singing Hakuna Matata right now? Is that where we are in this stream? Pringles, I'll check out the trailer for Acolyte. I mean, I'm still always excited for new Star Wars stuff. The problem is just they keep letting me down with new Star Wars stuff. So it sucks dick. At least most of the time. Yeah, Z Vengeance actually does have a point there, Digitmark. Like, Bob Iger may be a tool, but he's nowhere near as bad as our friend Mr. Kotick, like nowhere near. I don't think there's anyone as bad as Bobby Kotick. Like, dude, that guy. I get depressed when I think of how that guy single-handedly destroyed Blizzard. It's like, how? How could you even manage that? Dude, this company was one of the most loved companies on earth. Like, people couldn't get enough of this company, and you managed to absolutely destroy it. How? That is a skill. I heard the like to dislike ratio for Acolyte was just hilarious. To be fair, though, these days, that like to dislike ratio on YouTube is oftentimes just people decide before they even watch. Now, I'm taking your words for the fact that it's bad because I have not seen it. I would have to watch it first before I could know. Will Jones, best father actor, played both Mufasa and Darth Vader. Kantik is evil. Brian, absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. The level of greed that man induced into Activision Blizzard. And they not even necessarily for the betterment of the company. Like, destroying your own company's reputation just to make an extra quick buck. Not even for a second thinking about the future of the company and that at some point gamers are going to have enough. I don't know. Like, it's a skill, man. It's a skill to do stuff and just absolutely not give a shit about the consequences of the stuff that you did. Like, that's a skill. I don't have that. I don't have that. Before I do anything, I usually ask myself, wait, what's going to happen if I do this? Is this a good idea, or is this going to cost me? Like, how much is this going to cost me? Oh, shit. Asmongold just released a very spicy title of a video. I'm quickly going to go to the bathroom, and then when I'm back, we'll react to this because the video's title is WoW Players Deserve This. So, I guess we'll see. I'll be right back.
Emotional damage.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Dude, wow.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the fart. All right. So the video in question, ladies and gentlemen, is called WoW Players Deserve This from Asmongold. I Just from that title alone, Ando and Law Weaver, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just from the title alone, you can already tell that this is going to be spicy. So let's see. Let's see what happens here.
Dude, WoW players, they deserve this game. They f***ing deserve this. People have been very unhappy about something that I said yesterday. Let me see if I can find it here. How to fix WoW according to Asmongold. So this is obviously a post that I made, and a lot of people were unhappy about this. There were a lot of WoW players that were mad. And I'd like to say that I'm totally right, and I think that time will prove me right. And that's about it. I think that's the reason why Season of Discovery is going so well. I think that's the reason why Classic WoW does so well. This is absolutely fucking true, and I think any reasonable person would see this. And one of the problems of, like, what happens is you have a lot of these situations where... Let me see if I can pull this up. So this...
Wait. There we go. Asmon, well, the truth is, you don't back down if you know you're right. Right? At least if you believe you're right. If you believe you are in the right. Backing down is silly. Because fundamentally, you have to ask yourself, why do I believe I'm right? Why do I believe that what I'm saying is the truth? And from that perspective, I don't think Asmon is entirely wrong. Now, we can disagree about how Asmongold thinks WoW should be fixed. Right? Like, you can have different ideas. Maybe in your mind, you think Asmongold got this wrong or that wrong, or, you know, like, think about a million different ways in which this can actually be fixed, right? We can disagree on that, but primarily, Asmongold is probably not wrong. That Season of Discovery's success should inform you, at least to some extent, about some of the failures of retail. And that a conversation has to be had around what are those failures and how can we ensure that those failures do not repeat themselves or that those failures are fixed. The problem that we have in WoW today, but also just in general, is people have this incredible sort of concrete way of thinking about the world. So there is I have made a decision, right, that retail is better than Season of Discovery. So now, whenever someone says, hey, maybe there's something wrong with retail, maybe there are some things that we can do to fix this, my instant reaction isn't to hear this person trying to come up with ways to fix retail. It's that this person is saying retail is shit. Retail is terrible. Retail should die. And then like, wait, but I'm not saying that retail should die. I'm not saying that retail is terrible. I'm saying that there are things in retail that makes it less fun for me to play. Stop saying that my game is dead. Stop attacking my video game. It's like, but wait a second. We should be able to have a conversation about this. Why are we not at least embracing the conversation? But it's that black and white thinking. If you're not with me, you're against me. And based on my principles, I have also already decided how you're against me. Sword is better because I can gank players and ratchet when they just want to be left alone. You son of a bitch, Sebi.
This is a good example. So this is a notable a WoW Twitter person, and I'm talking about how parsing is bad for the game and how parsing hurts the game and how, you know, it makes the game less fun. And then his argument against me is that I have bad parses. And then I'm not playing the game. So, like, what's the logic here?
So this.
I make a video, I'm talking about why I'm not playing the game, and then the argument against that is that I don't play the game. You're so close. You are so fucking close. Oh my god, very convenient. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a reason for this. Again, it is that thing of my entire worldview is based around World of Warcraft. You have entire people that make all of their money in World of Warcraft. They find all of their relevance in World of Warcraft. all of their friends play World of Warcraft. They're maybe well known on their server in World of Warcraft. Their guild loves them because they're a great tank in World of Warcraft. So their entire world, their entire personality is World of Warcraft, or at least World of Warcraft makes a fairly decent, sizable chunk out of their personality. So now what happens is, when you don't play the game, right, or if you quit the game, there is this instant thing of leave and never speak to me again. You have no right to talk about my game because you're a traitor to my game. You've betrayed me because you no longer play the game that make me a person. Right? And if that is your mindset, if your mindset is that people who no longer play WoW aren't allowed to criticize WoW, then we have a problem. Because if every person that leaves WoW does so quietly with absolutely no insight into why they decided to leave WoW, what happens after 10 years when almost everyone has left WoW? And the developers have no idea why, because no one is allowed to say why. So the developers are looking at their game losing players, but the developers have no idea. They keep releasing content. They keep getting these voices saying this is the best content ever. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But then they lose 1 million players. They're like, what the fuck? Then they release another piece of content. And, 6 months later, they've lost another 100,000 players. I'm like, what the hell? All of the forums is all full of praise about how great this system is and how much they love it. But we keep losing players. And no one is actually telling us why they're leaving. It's a very toxic environment that you're creating. And also, it's not conducive to a better World of Warcraft. That is why I have no problem with you saying, I don't agree with how Asmon wants to fix the game. All right. Then come up with reasons as to why you think he's wrong. Explain your reasons for why you think he's wrong. Let us have that debate. Let us actually get into the debate square and don't come into it trying to change anyone's mind. Come into it trying to learn, trying to figure out, why do you think parsing is a bad thing? Okay. And then maybe is there a way that we can have parsing in the game without it being a bad thing, without it being applied in a bad way? But you can never get there because we won't even have the conversation. You guys saw this yesterday when we spoke about add-ons. The conversation cannot even be had because as soon as you say add-ons is the problem and add-ons should be banned, there's an instant no. And you're like, yeah, but hold up, no. Okay, but wait a second, no. Okay, well, we can't make the game better if your immediate approach is no. Because now, what are we supposed to do? Does it not count? Like, does my feedback not count? Am I not allowed to have an opinion on this? Or is my opinion only valid as long as I'm having the same opinion as you? So as long as my opinion is we should absolutely have add-ons in the game, except for weak auras, then good opinion. I fully agree with you. But okay, how about some of the other? No. Yeah, but okay, but like maybe no. All right, well, we can't have a conversation. There's nothing we can do here. This is the end of it. It's not how arguments on the internet work, though. KW, the moment you ask someone to explain their point of or provide evidence, they vanish into thin air. Yeah, but it's so harmful to game design, Civi. Like, it's so harmful just to everything. It is annoying.
Yes. And so, wow, brain rot. Well, this is how it is. Hasn't played in years. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I point at the moon, the idiot looks at my finger. Yeah, I guess that's it. So continue to not play a game, let it die, find something better. Well, I think that's what a lot of people are doing. Absolutely. And so a lot of people have these opinions about my perspective on the game, etc. Like, I have 30,000 hours in the game. Like, I know what I'm talking about with the game. It's not like I can't watch a raid and know what's going on. Look at this. Like, this is crazy. There's like literally 5 different shades of red. Like, do you really think that I need to play the game to tell that this is garbage?
Well, I wouldn't just say that. If you're if you're a player or not even a player, if you're a new person in World of Warcraft and you see this, what is all this? Like, what is all this shit on the screen? You have these bars at the bottom here. Like, what is that? Maybe you eventually figure out that's the other players in the raid. Okay, cool. What's the shit on this character? Why is there a bar saying Kovzas on this character? What does that even mean? Look at all of these abilities down below there. How the hell am I supposed to get used to any of that? Remember, streaming is supposed to be advertisement for your video game, right? You're supposed to advertise your video game to other people. That's what makes streaming such an incredibly fundamental part of modern day publishing. All devs want streamers to play their video games because that's how games blow up. That's how Palworld blew up. Palworld blew up because streamers started playing it, and then other people decided to complain that it's just copying Nintendo, and that then blew it up even further. But it was all streamers that did that shit, right? Now you have this new person that's never played WoW, maybe stumbled into the stream. All of these bars at the bottom there, they don't understand a fucking thing. Some says 1 minute, some says 4 minutes, some says 2 minutes, some says 18. What the hell does that even mean? Then you have these bars to the side of it, which says DPS and HPS on it. What the hell does that even mean? Now, I'm not saying all of this is wrong, and none of this should be here. Some of this is fine. A new player will quickly figure out what DPS is, right? That's not the broken thing. I'm trying to tell you, look at this from a brand new player's perspective, right? They just loaded into the screen. They have no idea what the hell's going on. They see this other bar with a bunch of things, and then if you look at the top right-hand corner, there's an endless number of things there. Do I have to care about those things? Do those things matter? Do they not matter? What are those things? Is that something? Am I going to have to keep track of each of those things that's on my character? This looks very, very confusing. And then you also have all of these things on the ground, the flames on the ground. You have another red thing on the ground. If you're a new player or a player that's never played the game, you're just going to go, fuck this game. I'm not playing this. No thanks. I have no interest in having to learn math just to be able to load into the game. No shot. Right? And by rights, they're not wrong. You know, if you look at some of the biggest games out there, they're big because they're easy to understand, right? They're easy to at least understand what it is that people are actively doing here. Just by watching 5 minutes of League of Legends esports, you have a decent enough grasp of what the hell they're actually doing, okay? Like, you might not know all of the last hitting secrets, and you won't know all of the pathing secrets and the jungle secrets, but you understand the basics of what they're doing there. This guy has 4 abilities, that guy has 4 abilities, they're casting their abilities on each other, they're dodging, it looks fun, I'll give it a go, right? This, to a new player, remember we're talking about a player that they have no idea what any of these things on the screen mean, so they don't even know what the weights are of the things on their screen. Right? So they don't know where the most important things are for them to be focusing on. They're just seeing a screen filled with a bunch of bullshit, messages popping up about world in flames, devour essence, some Kovzas bullshit. There's bars all over. There's buffs in the top right-hand corner. What are they even? Am I supposed to know when 52 minutes is over? Is that how long a fight lasts? It's all a mess from a new player's perspective. Real Punk, how you doing? And that is a problem. That is a serious problem. Now, once we get into this conversation and we actually get into the fight and we start talking to players that do play WoW, you run into a whole new set of problems with this fight. The boss room is red. The fire on the ground is red. The projection on the ground that shows where you should or should not stand is red. This is the worst development decision ever fucking made. Like, why would you make this decision in this way? You're dealing with a whole bunch of the same color palettes. If you have a new-ish player that is still trying to figure out where all of their buttons are, what all of their things do, They don't have the muscle memory yet. This can be so easily missed, right? Because you're standing on a red platform with red shit all over and red projections on the screen. You don't even see that it's happening because it wasn't obvious enough. And it should have been made obvious. You should have been able to see it. Measure the fire loads molten lava being red. If you want to have the lava red, don't make the room red. You can have the lava as red, but it has to then contrast with the room. Like, you have to think about this. Because you have to make it for everyone. You have to make it so that everyone understands it, right? And that people will be able to see the difference between these things, even while they're trying to focus on a bunch of other things. And it's not enough that you go... So, by the way, if I'm ignoring you in chat, it's because you're a fucking annoying hardcore Andy that goes, dude, this is so easy. What the hell are you talking about? I have no problem seeing these things. Yeah, because you've been raiding for 10 plus years. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about? I have no problem making YouTube videos. I hit record and I just start talking because I've been doing it for so long. But if I took a random dude off the street and said, hey, bro, come make a YouTube video, they wouldn't know what the hell they're doing. They'd be stressed. They would be fumbling. They wouldn't know how to talk. They would be struggling with a bunch of things. You have to think about this from a new player's perspective. Someone who's trying to get into this for the first time. What is their experience like as they're trying to make sense of all of this? And from that perspective, this isn't necessarily a good example for them to be introduced to the game and how the game is supposed to operate.
You think I've got to, like, how many times do I have to kill this boss to say this sucks? Take a look at this. So, World in Flames isn't a new spell. I know this might sound crazy, but it's actually not a new spell. This actually was an ability that was added in Cataclysm, in patch 4.2 with Firelands. So, let's watch the old mechanic. So you can see there's one right there. 2, 3, I think it's 4. Is it 4 or is it just 3? Yeah, it's 4, I think. Yeah. And so, somehow, the new...
You can see what the old developers went for. And this, by the way, suggests to me, and we know that this is the case because we know who designed that fight. It was Ian, who's a hardcore raider. Why did they have it flash? Why did the fire on the ground flash very specifically 2 different colors? Because the human mind is literally developed to spot flashing lights. If something is flashing 2 different colors, you're instantly drawn to it because, well, it's flashing 2 different colors. Why is it flashing 2 different colors? Your mind doesn't like that it's flashing, and therefore your mind is instantly focused on the flashing. It has to, because I don't know why. I don't know why we biologically do that, but that's why police lights flash, because it immediately draws your attention to the flashing light. And that makes you go, whoa, whoa, what the hell's going on? Why is it flashing? If you're an actual raider, that's what you would design, because you know that is what would be the easiest for you to see. And since you're not actually developing your abilities to catch the player off guard, you want to make it you want to make it possible for them to see. You don't want to hide what they're seeing.
Mechanic is it. We've gone back in time. The mechanic that looked fine 10 years ago is now worse. Because, see, the Smolderon is the new Fire Lord, so he's using the same abilities that Ragnaros was using. Like, this logically makes sense from a lore perspective. So the name is the same, World in Flames. Look at this. Oops. What are we doing here? Why is it not working? There we go.
Okay, so that is just, it's so silly. This boss is not a good example because it's actually a super fun boss. This other boss is the best example. All right, then imagine he's talking about the other boss. That's it. That's it. We don't, like, I'm not going to get drawn into a stupid fucking argument about, actually, bro, this is not the best example he could have used. That's not what we're talking about. There's a bigger picture here. We're talking about a bigger picture. The fact that you can think of a boss that is a bad example of how Blizzard is designing their bosses suggests that we're right. That's all we need to talk about. We are right. There are examples of bosses being very, very, very poorly designed in World of Warcraft, and bam, that's it. Because that's what we're talking about. We're not doing a specific breakdown of every boss in the raid to find out which bosses are greatly designed and which bosses aren't greatly designed. That's not the purpose of what we're discussing here today. We're discussing the fact that a lot of the design philosophies in World of Warcraft isn't quite right, or at least that's what Asmongold is discussing here. So when you get dragged into, or when you try to drag the conversation into the nitty-gritty bullshit of, well, you know, actually, this is perfectly fine, but there's another boss that isn't perfectly fine. You should have used that boss instead. This is a stupid boss. You're just doing, like, I'm not saying that you are doing this, but from a discussion or a debate perspective, you're being incredibly dishonest, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to create these scapegoats, these rabbit holes to take the conversation in so that you can just keep moving everything around, because we're now not talking about the actual thing. We're talking about all the other bullshit things that's happening. And that's not important. We don't need to talk about that. No one gives a shit. Like, no one cares which boss you think is better and which boss you think is worse. What we care about is the fact that there is clearly something wrong with how the developers decide to design their rooms, with how they decide to design their fights. You may think of some things that's better, some things that's worse. It doesn't matter. It's not important to the overall discussion.
So we have, let's look at the new mechanic. That's the new mechanic. We have...
I get why they're using the new mechanic. It looks a lot cooler than the old one. It does. It looks a lot cooler than the old one. It's a little bit more immersive than the old one. But the problem is that in a fight where you're paying attention to a lot of things, immersion isn't really the issue. We're not trying to go for immersion here. We're trying to show people not to stand in shit. Right? And now you have this incredibly cool circular thing that's moving around, and it's sort of going up and up and up in color and the warmth of the color, and then it explodes. Now, for me, as someone who used to raid, yeah, I would immediately notice that. I would immediately go, oh shit, I probably shouldn't stand in this. But if you're a new player and you're not actually focusing on everything all at once, or you're still trying to focus on everything all at once, and you don't yet know what is the most high priority things to cover and what is the most low priority things to cover, or to pay attention to, that is just, it's not a good way to design the boss. Because it does just infinite, it means that I have to pay 5% more attention to what is happening, because the things that is happening isn't super obvious to me. Amongst all the other things that I'm paying attention to, I now also have to pay attention to all of these other things that is now just a little bit harder to fucking notice. You also have to collect orbs and heal through the constant AoE. They should add in-game videos explaining basics of raiding. I don't like that either. No. That's it's one of the worst things ever when you're playing like through a tutorial of a game, and the tutorial of the game is basically just a sheet with press these buttons to move to this. The game should teach you this stuff naturally, right? They should find a gameplay way of teaching you how to do something. That's when a tutorial is done well. A video isn't going to teach anyone anything. It's just going to make things weird and awkward, and we don't need more videos. There's plenty of videos on YouTube teaching people all this shit anyways. You need to do that in the game. Now, plenty of games find different ways of doing that. One of the ways that a lot of games do it is by making sure that the projections on the floor is super noticeable and also universal. So there's a universal projection on the ground or a projected texture that no matter what boss it is, when you see that projected texture, you know that that is something you should not be standing in. When you see a projected texture of this kind, you know that that's one you should be standing in. When you see this projected texture, it means move closer, move away. It's universal. It's always the same color. That's one way of doing it. The other one that Blizzard used to do in the past is by just using basic psychology to make sure that you can absolutely see what you need to see, right? It stands out because, well, it either contrasts with the room really well, or like in this previous example where it flashes from dark to red, that flash immediately draws your attention to what is going on. So there's ways of doing it. But remember also, that was back when Ian was still designing most of this stuff, and he was a hardcore raider. So he would have understood what was and wasn't easy enough for him to spot.
Actually gone back in time. We have regressed behind 2011, I think. This is insane. Yeah, July 2011. 12 years ago, they did it better. With the same exact thing. Do you have to move out of this? Is this a joke? What the fuck is this?
Now, ignoring the first video that he showed, because apparently we were going down all sorts of tangents. Once you see this, can you agree that there's a problem with the design? Like, I'm not making a statement about specific fights. I'm literally asking you, is there a problem with the design when this is the kind of fight that it results in? All right, then we're done. We could have ended this conversation with the previous one, but, you know, never mind.
This is awful. And so this is the mind of a person who thinks that they think that you...
I think the biggest problem for me in that fight is red swirlies tend to be the thing that you know you should not be standing in, right? So if it's a red swirly, you need to get the fuck out of that. And then because it fits the theme of the boss, you turn it into a green swirly. Now that's a new thing, right? That's a brand new color that I now, and specifically when we're talking biologically or culturally, green tends to mean good for most people, right? Like if you see a green light, it means you're allowed to go. When you see green, you immediately think of grass and vegetables and plants, and these are all good things, right? They're not bad things for you. And now you have a green swirly on the ground that should be moved out of. It immediately sort of, you have to now pay attention and you have to push, you have to actively keep in mind that there is a green swirly that could kill you. And that just, I get the immersion aspect of things, but in writing, your job isn't to try and preserve immersion. Your room should look super cool, and the boss should look super cool, and that should be immersive. But as soon as the fight starts, what we're trying to do is we're trying to overcome a puzzle. And you're making this puzzle 4 times harder than what it needs to be by asking me to relearn thousands of years of evolution because you wanted to protect the immersion of the fight.
That's not fucking obvious. Like, so yeah. Do you really think that this is some kind of a fucking, like a mystery? You think I've got to do this 50 times in order to figure it out? You can't argue about this. It's just absolute shit. It's garbage. It's literal garbage. I don't know how raiders are okay with it. It's amazing to me.
Well, that's not hard to understand. People get used to a lot of things. Like, you can't really expect raiders to not be okay with it. When you have to be okay with something because you like raiding with your friends, you get used to it, right? And it's not like raiders weren't complaining about it. I remember when the raid was live, there were a lot of complaints about some of the projected textures not making a lot of sense and people not really enjoying it. But again, you want to play with your friends, so you kind of have to accept that this is what's going to happen, right? You're going to have to get used to this stuff. And eventually you will. That's the cool thing about humans. They're not actually stupid, although sometimes they do make me question that. But humans aren't actually stupid, so they do have the mental acuity to figure stuff out. It's for me more the thing that I dislike about it is I'm thinking about it from the perspective of you have this raid. People are going to be streaming this raid. New people that's never played the game is going to be checking out this raid. And if they can't understand automatically what it is they're seeing, you're actively chasing them away from your game. And I want more people in World of Warcraft, not fewer people. Right? I don't want people to go, yeah, I was trying to figure out what happens in WoW, and I don't know. I don't know. So I just never even tried.
It's pretty bad, but Smolderon seemed to...
I think what I need to explain here, because it is important for people to understand, most human beings make decisions on split-second information, right? Most people don't decide whether or not they want to play a game by putting in hours and hours of research, by watching every single guide that they can find, watching every single video that tells them this game is good or this game isn't. Most people will see a game for 10 seconds and then decide yes or no. So if you know that your game is going to be streamed and it is going to be very confusing for a new player to understand what is happening, you are actively shooting yourself in the foot. Like, you're actively making it harder for new players to get into the game because, well, they don't know what the fuck's going on. So their immediate response is, I don't know what's going on. I don't want to play this. Let me go to another stream and go watch something else. And then you've probably lost them because now they're never coming back to a WoW video again because they've already decided they don't want to play it. When my wife watches WoW Raid, she tells me she has no idea what's happening on screen. I know a few people that say it's the same thing.
Okay? They're both bad. They're both bad. So the thing is that it's not that they have to have, like...
The conversation here isn't about what you can and you can't do without add-ons, right? That's a whole new discussion that I'm not going to get back into. I've already had this conversation. The question isn't even, should it be removed or should it not be removed? The question is, should we at least be able to have a conversation about it without people just screaming over other people and going, no? Because that's where we are right now. That's the big problem we have right now. People like myself, people like Asmongold will go, hey guys, so there's a couple of things that I find that's wrong with World of Warcraft. Could we please? No. Yeah, but like, dude, you no longer play the game, shut the fuck up. Yeah, but okay, so no. Yeah, okay, but if you could just give no. Say, okay, well, that's not, this is very, very, very unhelpful as a conversation.
These like super, like, I think they should just have the same as like Final Fantasy 14, right? Raiders are very doomer until someone starts shit talking raiding. Yeah, they hate raiding until you say you hate raiding, and then they love it. It's crazy. And so then this person is like, and this is what a WoW brain does, is that they are unable to think about anything outside of validation that is like earned through accomplishing tools, accomplishing tasks that are programmed to.
I just want to focus on one thing that this guy said. Asmon replies to him saying, wouldn't that make sense? If I'm not happy with the state of the game, why would I be playing it? And then his reply is, you had an appetizer and dipped before the rest of the full course meal came out and gave a 1-star review most of the time. All I'm saying. So by this guy's metric, even if the appetizer made you throw up and you'd rather be punched in the nuts than even experience the rest of the meal, you're not allowed to complain until you've gulped down the rest of the meal. And if you don't want to gulp down the rest of the shit take, then sorry, we will not listen to your opinion. I would argue that if you are going to charge me money for a full course meal and the appetizer is already so bad that I don't want to eat the rest of the meal, then maybe we should try and fix the appetizer. Like, if you can get me through the appetizer, then I can start telling you what's wrong with the rest of the meal. But the appetizer has already told me that the cook does not understand that making a cake for 4 hours in the oven at 200 degrees Celsius is not a very conducive way of making a fucking cake. Because when my food arrived, it was dry and burnt. So I had no reason to eat the rest of this. Didn't even eat or try the Dragonfly meal, but he did play Dragonflight. User. He did. I was watching him stream Dragonflight. So he absolutely did play it. But if he played it, hated it, and then quit playing it, that is enough. Just that, right there, is perfectly enough for me to have criticisms of the game. If I played the game, hated what I played, and then decided to quit, I have an opinion. And my opinion is valid. Because if I didn't want to quit, I wouldn't have quit. There are things that made me want to quit the game. And that means that I have the right to share that opinion on the things that made me want to quit the game. Now, the more problematic stance here comes from the people that go, no, you did not do raiding. If you want us to listen to your opinion, we expect you to play Dragonflight every single day for 20 hours a day, do all of the raids, LFR, normal, heroic, and mythic, do all of the mythic plus at plus 20 or higher every single day, do all of the dailies, do all of everything, and then, if you hated it, we will listen to what you have to say. But only then, and not before. I'm like, okay, but I hated the leveling experience. I'm not talking about myself here because I actually did like the leveling experience. But I hated the leveling experience. I did one boss in the raid and I absolutely hated everything about it. I really hated the world quests. So, what's that? Is that not feedback? Like, do you not think that there may be some information in what I have to say that would be worth listening to? Like, there might be something worth listening to if you're open to listening. The problem is that you will not listen because I have not played enough according to you. And the issue is, what is enough according to you? Like, at what point can I or anyone complain about World of Warcraft? Like, when have you played enough of WoW that you now have a valid opinion on WoW? In their personality. Real Punk, that's true. Holy, okay, so in your question, I would like to ask, because no, I would still not raid. But that's because I don't have time to raid. I don't have time to play any game that requires me to be on specific times every single day to raid. And since the only raids that I've ever found fun was mythic raiding, I don't have time for mythic raiding, so I won't still raid. But I remember the reasons I disliked raiding in the first place, and I know that none of those reasons have been fixed. But you'll also find that more often than not, I do not complain about raiding. I complain about the story in World of Warcraft because that's the one thing I still play a lot, right? But even then, even if these changes would not bring me back to the raid, is not the aha moment that you think it is. Because you're only talking to me. You're not talking to people that would probably come back to raiding if it could be fixed. You just asked me a question for no fucking reason. The question has no no validity anywhere. It doesn't mean shit. Because my reasons for quitting was entirely different to why most people quit raiding.
Lose. So this is the follow-up tweet. Apart from getting carried to ahead of the curve at the start of each tier and never running the raids again and getting boosted as a Prot Warrior to Glad. I actually never played Prot Warrior in Gladiator. I never played Prot Warrior to Glad.
All right, Holy. Now go out and make sure that every single person that has, including Asmongold, that has an opinion on raiding, it has quit because their priorities changed. Once you bring the data back to me, you prove your point, then your question to me has some validity. I'll wait.
But I played with a Prot Warrior to Gladiator, but it doesn't really matter. It's pretty much the same thing. When has there ever been any positive note on the changes that Blizzard has made for their game for this guy? So, when have I ever been positive about WoW? Like, I don't know, maybe today.
He's playing other games, that's your data. I quit World of Warcraft because I didn't have fun and I started playing other games, but I miss World of Warcraft because it used to be fun. But that means my opinion is invalid because, you know, I'm playing other games.
Gentlemen,
all right.
We are dealing with someone here who
like I said, Plunderstorm was really good, and I was happy they were doing it. And I also said that there were a lot of things in Dragonfight that were good. Like, I've said it all the time. And so, you know, this is the mind of a WoW player with absolutely no ability to think critically, to evaluate things on a logical way. They just have to immediately resort to insults because they can't actually think out a real argument for why this is good. And the reason why they can't think it out is because it's bad. And they're just defending it because they've invested their life into it. And they don't want it to seem like they wasted their time. Maybe just too much shit going on the screen? Exactly. They have to defend their playtime through poor rationalizations? Yes. And so, thank God, Stay Safe actually tweeted about this, and he used the same chart that I've used. He says, quote, Asmongold doesn't even play WoW anymore. His opinion doesn't matter. And then he says, actually, I'd say his opinion matters even more. In reality, there are more people that have played WoW and quit for a multitude of reasons than people that are still currently playing. The opinions of these people should be listened to in an effort to improve the game, given there's so many of them.
Yep.
If you're the CEO of Coca-Cola and you're losing customers to Pepsi, you don't disregard these people for not being loyal to the brand. You do market research to figure out why they left in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, Stay Safe, you can't say anything about him. He still plays WoW. Like, he still plays WoW. So, I mean, does his opinion count? Is he allowed to have an opinion on this, or is he also out of touch? This is the whole woke argument all over again. WoW players have stamped a traitor stamp on Asmund the moment he stopped playing actively, and whatever he says is always wrong because he's not promoting our game anymore. Yeah, true. The problem is that if the game that you've made, if you've made the game your religion, which a lot of players have, any and all criticisms of the game is a personal attack, right? It can't be viewed as anything other than a personal attack because everything I am is the game and the game is everything I am. All of my value is in this game, right? I don't have any value outside of the game. I play my class at that level and I do this many raids per week and I have this many friends in the game and, you know, this is what the game is to me. So now when you attack my game, and I'm not saying anyone in chat is like this, I'm just saying this is what I've encountered more often than not on Twitter as well as on my YouTube videos. Any criticisms lobbied at the game becomes a personal attack, and it has to be defended as if it is a personal attack. That is why when someone has a list of criticisms, which they're absolutely, it's their right to do, right? It's their right to have a list of criticisms of how they feel the game isn't doing the things that they want to see from the game. the right response for anyone that is balanced and rational would be to go, all right, those are some interesting points. Can we talk about those points? Okay, so according to you, you want add-ons removed from the game. Which add-ons do you want to? All of the add-ons. Okay, cool. So let's talk about like what are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do with that? How will that work? Is there a way that we could find a middle ground? So maybe if we don't remove the damage meters, is there a way for us to find a better way to deal with damage meters so that we remove some of the toxicity that you think damage meters employ, right? So there's obviously opinions and conversations that can be had around these things. But if the game is your personality, if the game is your god, you will fight for your god. And so now when someone says, hey, I don't like all the add-ons in World of Warcraft, I do think they should be removed, you're attacking me. Like, why are you attacking me personally? How dare you say this? How dare you? And now I'm super angry at you, right? Like instantly, I'm just super angry. And no, that's not that is not happening. I will not allow that at all. You will not say that. You have no right to talk. You don't play the game enough. You don't do this. You don't do that. That just doesn't work. That just does not work. Thermathor, I never said that it's not a compromise. Yesterday, I fucking gave you all a compromise for how you could remove damage meters from the overwhelming majority of players and still have damage meters for those people that choose to have damage meters. And I was met with a resounding no. No. Will not have that. Cannot have that. So in other words, we can discuss all the add-ons you want to remove as long as you don't remove any of the add-ons. Or if you do want to remove the add-ons, you can only remove weak auras. Okay, but that's not the only problem. There's a few other add-ons I'd like to discuss. No, we can remove weak auras. Yeah, okay, but weak auras isn't even my biggest problem. And it isn't, by the way. I think weak auras does some pretty disgusting things, but it's not the biggest problem. Of all the add-ons I want to remove in WoW, weak auras doesn't even fucking get into the top 5 add-ons that I think should be removed. Like the idea of making an in-game damage meter for personal use to be a good idea. Help compete against yourself and promote getting back out there and trying to get better gear. So my advice yesterday, and this is just off the top of my head, right? So this isn't even from here. You can discuss it even more if you're open-minded and not butthurt by anyone saying anything against your game. There is an open-minded discussion that can be had here. I came and I said, all right, what if, right? What if you made damage meters a completely opt-in device? In other words, in the TOS of the game, you made it super clear that you are not allowed to attack other people using the damage meters. Okay? So if you're going into a random group with random players, you are not allowed to link your damage meters and say, hey, you better get your fucking shit together or else I'm gonna kick you. Or you can still have your damage meters. You can use your damage meters in your guild runs. You can use your damage meters in your organized runs. You can even have a tick box in Group Finder where you say damage meters will be used for this run so that any random player that wants to join your run knows that they're signing up for a damage meter run where damage meters are allowed to be linked and can be used. I said this and I was met with no. We will not have that. No. Dude, I can't bend over more backwards than that. If that isn't the prime example of someone that will absolutely not compromise on anything unless you do exactly what they want, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Because I am bending over backwards, sucking my own dick to help you to keep your damage meters in the game while also making the game a little bit better for people that don't want to constantly be harassed by damage meters. And your answer to me is no.
And so you see this chart right here. we played WoW and then quit for some reason, and then there's a smaller circle inside of that, we still play WoW, and then they say the opinions of those people don't matter, they don't even play anymore. There it is. There was a change you didn't like, but the community was happy about it. No, I've been very positive about different things that Blizzard has done. Most guilds that aren't top 100 just do mythic bosses once and keep saving lockout every other week, taking 2 to 5 weeks to kill each boss. Argument's hilarious. You only need to take one bite out of a shit sandwich. No, it's a shit sandwich. Yeah, it's crazy that people have this opinion because, like, again, and also, like, it has, like, a person's experience in the raid doesn't have anything to do with whether the raid is good or not. And also, like, here's another factor. You should not have to earn being able to understand a video game. Video games should be inherently intuitive. And also, they are designed to be inherently intuitive. It's not like this is some sort of, like, abstract, you know, weird fucking game where everything's a mystery. They're designed for you to understand what's going on. So if a lot of people aren't understanding what's going on, then that's a problem with the game fundamentally. So it's weird because, like, by telling somebody that they don't know what they're talking about because they haven't played it a lot, you're basically admitting that the raid is bad. Because if you can't understand the raid after doing it and looking at it and seeing it, well, then that means that it's hard to understand and it's badly designed. Didn't some Blizzard devs say WoW players are the smartest in the world? Well, they are, but there's also some of them that are the dumbest. You can have raids that are similar in challenge, but also designed much better, though. I don't think it has to be one or the other. Yeah, I'd be okay with some harder raids. That's fine, but I do think that they should make the difficulties of the game, like, a little bit more easy to understand. And I think also, like, so this is a big factor that a lot of people might not understand with, like, my opinion about WoW and, like, why a lot of people were upset about it is, like, I don't think that any of the changes that I made that I was talking about in the game, I don't think that any of them would work unless they were all in the game at the same time. So nobody, and I also want to address, there's another people who says, like, oh, well, why don't you just do normal mode or LFR or heroic? It's because it doesn't give good rewards and nobody wants to do something that gives shit rewards. Like, so how are you gonna, like...
Yamalicious, thank you so much for joining the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Far too kind. We are, let's call it the dumpster fire section of the stream right now. Chat is an absolute dumpster fire because I said 100% of things and some chat members have decided I've only said 20% of things and are, yeah, really upset about the 20% of things I said. The 80%, of course, would fix the 20% of things, but we're not arguing about that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, yeah, just go do the easy version of the raid that's not rewarding and gives you nothing that you want. Like, who the fuck would do that? So, it's like you actively feel stupid for doing it. It's like rewards and incentives drive gameplay. Like, that's common sense. It's crazy that raids are designed around boss mods, but there's no product solution for boss mods. That's completely fucked from any SAS company standpoint. Making a customer come up with a custom solution to use your product. Yeah, it's insane. It's like, yeah, Blizzard put something into the game, and then it's up to the players to figure out how to mod it out. And it's crazy. It's crazy that raiding has gotten this bad. Because also, like, whenever I say that I want raids to be easier, the reason that I want...
Aspen just doesn't have good opinions a lot of the time. Like, listening to him now sounds like he wants Mythic to be face roll. Shannon, I think that would mean that you're not listening to him. Or that you maybe decided ahead of time that his opinions are just shit. Because that's not at all what he's saying. Not at all. Right? But you should also not need a complex list of add-ons as well as guides in order to figure out how a fight should be. The point he's trying to make is that it should be intuitive. I should be able to look at something happening and intuitively I should understand what's happening without being told what to do. Right? No one should have to tell me, oh, no, but that thing you have to stand in and that thing you have to move out of. When I see the thing, I should be able to intuitively know that is a thing that I need to stand in or that is a thing that I need to get out of, right? because that's how all games do it. Go play Elden Ring. If you want to know, go play Elden Ring. People love complaining Elden Ring is too hard. It really isn't hard. Elden Ring is really not a hard game because everything intuitively makes sense. When the boss wants to hit you with his sword, the boss makes it very clear that he's about to hit you with his sword. When he's going to bump you with his shield, there's a very clear action, and you can tell by the action that the boss is going to ram you with the shield right up the asshole. You need to get the hell away from it, right? So the game is intuitively incredibly easy to understand. The real problem for the game is learning how to focus on those things whilst also doing damage and ultimately killing the boss. Like, if you just focused on dodging abilities in Elden Ring for bosses, super easy. You'll never get hit by a single ability because the abilities are very intuitive. The problem is, how long can I hit the thing for before it does the ability and I'm too late to actually get out of it, right? Because again, that is part of just the fun of figuring out the fight. That is not the case in WoW. More often than not, some abilities are really well designed in this on World of Warcraft bosses, where the ability happens and you almost immediately can sort of look at it and go, yep, okay, that's what's going to happen here. But then on a lot of bosses, you have these abilities that unless you get fucking stomped by it, you don't know. And it's only after you get stomped by it that you go, oh, okay, I guess I shouldn't stand in this. But then there's another ability that looks kind of similar, and that one isn't as bad. Like, what the fuck? Like, I should not need a university degree in order to understand fundamentally what a boss is going to do. It should be intuitive. From there, you can make it as hard as you want, right? You can make it super difficult as long as everything makes intuitive sense.
Want them to be easier is because there won't be any add-ons that play the game for you. Like, if I look at even like some of these like really, really high-end players, like let's look at like the levels of awareness that this person has. This is obviously I don't know what this is. Yeah, this is basically telling the person what they're doing. This is telling them every spell that they've done. This tells them the time in the fight. There's like obviously DPS meter, healing meter. This is telling them what abilities are on cooldown, which ones are not on cooldown. And like everything here, like the level of awareness this player has is artificially increased because of the fact that they're using add-ons. So it's like, on a fundamental level, add-ons make you better at the game. And in my opinion, if you're playing something and doing something that makes you better at the game, that means that it's basically cheating. It is like, and like in any other type of game, that becomes immediately true. Anything that artificially increases your awareness beyond what a normal player would have access to is cheating. Like, that's just how it is. But this isn't any other game. Yeah, and that's the problem. And so I think that they need to disable every single add-on completely and redo the base UI and make it better. So
it's easy, and I don't know why we're still on this. Well, I know why, because some people in chat still don't focus. The fact that you can the fact that I can tell you, think of a boss in the raid where the colors really was bad, and you can think of a boss in the raid where the colors really were bad, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what fight he shows to prove his point. The fact that there is a fight that you can think of where the colors are really bad is all you need, right? Because that means that there is a problem, and that problem clearly shows up. So that would argue, or from that point, it almost starts to feel like when the fight makes super sense and you can just immediately see things, it's almost an accident, right? It's like Blizzard accidentally made it so that you can see exactly what's going on in the fight. It wasn't on purpose, because they can't do it for every single fight. If it was on purpose, they would be doing it for every single fight. But they're not doing it for every single fight, which makes you think, well, maybe some fights they get it right and other fights they get it wrong. So it's sort of like a coin toss. Sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong, but they don't even know why they get it right or why they get it wrong. And that is a problem. That's a problem that shouldn't exist. right?
And also in doing that, they would need to make raids easier, and they would need to make them easier to understand. But because you're also removing add-ons, you are making raids harder and you're making them easier. So the same equilibrium point.
We all do not agree that add-ons should be removed from the game. And besides damage meter, we all do not, because I've had conversations like this with far more people than I care to even count. And you'd be surprised how many people do not want to keep damage meters. Almost everyone would be in agreement. No, add-ons should absolutely be removed, but... And then comes a list of add-ons that cannot be removed. And not everyone has damage meters on that list. Some people would love to see damage meters removed, but they want to keep all the UI add-ons right where they are. And then you're like, okay, fuck. These guys want UI add-ons to be gone, but they want damage meter there. This group wants UI add-ons or add-ons gone, but they want this. Once you add up all the groups that you have this argument with, you can't touch any of the add-ons. Because every group will quit if their add-ons are removed. So now you're like, well, fuck me then. Never mind. Let's not remove any add-ons. Let's keep all the add-ons in, because we'll at least lose one group if you remove any add-ons in World of Warcraft.
Point would be...
I have legit had people tell me that they will quit if you remove Bagnon. Bagnon is effectively now built into WoW, and there are people that have told me, if you remove Bagnon, I will quit the game. Because Bagnon is their thing. It's their add-on. They use Bagnon. Alright, well, the fucking UI already does Bagnon, but can't remove it because, you know, what are we supposed to do? And before people say, well, we can leave the UI add-ons, that's not how APIs operate. That's not how APIs work. APIs share information. If information is shared, because they're all in the same API, you either cut off all of the API information, or you have to create a brand new API with certain information excluded. You're also not entirely sure how bag APIs work. What is included in the bag API? How does the bag API share the information of the bag? Is it entirely plausible or even possible that Alv UI or Weakorus works on the API of the bags, because the bags API also shares a bunch of other information, and that other information is required for Weakorus to work? So now when I turn off the API for Weakorus, I also happen to turn off a shit ton of bag APIs because they worked off the same API. So it becomes a much bigger conversation than just, well, no, remove Weakorus and all of the combat add-ons, keep damage meters, and keep all of the UI add-ons. Okay, but we don't know what those APIs actually look like. We don't know exactly where the data is shared and what it is all connected to. So you can't just willy-nilly remove stuff, because some of this information may come from exactly the same places. So turning off one will automatically turn off all of the others, or at least break them to the point where they don't even mean anything. So you have Bagnon installed, but only half of your items are showing up because the API is fucked. It's a bigger, like, the easiest way is to just turn off all add-ons or keep all add-ons on. Those are the two easy ones. Now, I'm not saying that Blizzard can't fix that. If Blizzard really wanted to, they could absolutely go in and they could make it so that all cosmetic add-ons will work, but nothing else will work. The question is, will Blizzard be willing to do that work? Because almost guaranteed there's going to be some level of API rewrite that will have to happen in order to do it. And you would have to wonder, is that something that they would feel strongly enough about that they'd be willing to do it?
You know, kind of relative, right? That's like kind of my mindset here. Does that make sense? And so whenever I talk about this stuff, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills sometimes, but then I realize that most of the people that are fighting against me have invested, you know, tens of thousands
Ryan, thanks for the $5, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What do you think the chances of Blizzard implementing systems to replace add-ons are?
I think it's pretty high. If you look at the UI redevelopment, that was one thing that was never really required in World of Warcraft. People already used add-ons for most of it, right? And in fact, so many of us that play WoW have become so used to using UI add-ons that it doesn't really matter. And also the base UI for World of Warcraft was never, it was dated, but it was never broken. Like you could absolutely play the game with just the base UI, the old one. So a new player wouldn't immediately want to quit just from seeing the base UI. It was also somewhat iconic. The fact that Blizzard went in and they actually did update the base UI suggests to me, at least in part, that Blizzard may be on a much longer trajectory here of eventually implementing far more add-ons into the game than what they used to have. But again, this is a process that's probably going to take many, many years to complete, because you're dealing with APIs, you're dealing with actual design philosophies that have to be taken into account. What are our developers currently working on? The UI team, for example, what are they busy with? Do they have time to do all the things that they have to do whilst also then doing a bunch of other things? Like, what are we giving up if we are going to fix the APIs and remove a lot of the add-on functionality so we can actually offer it natively? Do we have the resources for that? Are we giving up a raid tier, to use the classic old adage, in order to give this to players? So there's a bunch of things that goes into it, but I do think long term I can see Blizzard looking to replace add-ons.
Thousands of hours into a video game, and they don't want to think that their time wasn't spent worthwhile. In baseball, you use pine tar on your bat to increase your grip. You can get thrown out. Well, what a surprise. Without details, there's no reason to play the game for me. What's the reason to playing the game if I can't see my damage? You can. Like, you can very clearly see your damage. Like, look, this says 707,928. You literally can see it. It's right there. You can implement a product solution as details. Yeah, the devs could make well, the developers do have a DPS meter. Like, for example, Lost Ark has a DPS meter. There's like one other game I think that has a DPS meter too, right? Built in. Oh, Tower Fantasy. Tower Fantasy also has a DPS meter. I'm going to be very, very, what do you call it? Very direct about this. I think that the fixation around logs has ruined WoW. I think it's totally ruined the game.
Yeah, I agree.
So I was on the phone with somebody yesterday.
Actually, I don't agree, but I'll explain why. It's not that there is logging that is ruining the game. It's how some people play around logs that is destroying the game. It's how important logs have become in World of Warcraft that is destroying not the game, but a big part of the game. No one thing destroys WoW. There's no one thing that you can point to and say, yeah, that is destroying World of Warcraft. It's more, and it's not even that the overwhelming majority of the community uses those things in a way that destroys the game. It's the fact that there's a small part of the community that uses those things in the most toxic way possible, and that is ruining it for everyone. Right? Because that is fundamentally the problem. If you think about most laws in most countries, those laws don't really exist for the majority, right? The majority of people don't do any of these things wrong, so you don't even need that law. But since there is a small group of people that do absolutely do this shit, you have to kind of ruin it for everyone else by having all sorts of wild rules and laws just to ensure that the small group of people can't destroy the world for everyone else. That is one of the problems with logging. Do I have a problem with a guild group logging their raid fight and exploring their raid logs during a wipe, trying to figure out why they wiped or how they can do this better? No, not at all. I think that's a very useful tool. I used to use it in my raids all the time. Do I have a problem with a player going into a pug group and then flaming the guy that's below him for not being at the top of the log because he's Warlock Friend in his top 1% guild is, top of the logs always as a warlock and you're playing it completely wrong, yeah, that is an incredibly toxic way of playing the game. And the other player didn't even sign up for this bullshit, right? And that's where the problem comes in. It's that some people use logs in in the most degenerate way possible, and it ruins it for everyone else. Like, no one else wants to play this because they're constantly being told how they're doing everything wrong. Oftentimes, even with killing the boss dies and you're still getting flamed for your logs, but the boss died, which suggests, by its very nature, you've done your job. The boss is dead, right? Could you have done it a little bit better? Sure, but it's dead. You've done your job. Congratulations. Mentality for why WoW cares so much about DPS and parses, why Final Fantasy, for most part, exceptions exist, doesn't have it. Thraminthor, because the way World of Warcraft is designed in terms of its fights and the way that Final Fantasy designs its fights is completely different. So in Final Fantasy 14, very few bosses have like super hard DPS checks. I don't even think there is a boss that has a DPS check in Final Fantasy 14. In Final Fantasy 14, the most important part is that you stay alive. And so there's a lot more onus on the ability to dodge abilities than what there are in you being able to press your buttons in exactly the right way every single time. In WoW, that's not really the case. So in World of Warcraft, there's a lot of bosses that have incredibly finely tuned fights, right? So where if you're off by like 100 DPS, that can be the difference between a wipe and a win. And you have to nail it every single time. You have fights where if that ad lives for 2 seconds too long, it's over. Congratulations, start again. So now, everyone has to push themselves to the absolute max just to be able to do it. The granted, I haven't done a shit ton of Final Fantasy 14 raiding, so I'm not talking about like a super sort of like a super in-depth analysis of this, but fundamentally the enrage timers, for example, that I've seen on Final Fantasy 14 bosses tend to be incredibly lax. Like, you can easily do it even with half decent DPS. Like, you don't even need to have the best of the best DPS. It is reasonably doable with a pretty decent DPS, right? As long as you can do some DPS and you can do some damage, the boss will die. Whereas there are boss fights in World of Warcraft where that is just absolutely not the case. You have to be picture perfect, especially when you get into the Mythic raiding side of things. It's not so much a problem in normal and heroic, but on Mythic, especially if you're early days of Mythic where the gear isn't quite, you're not over gearing content yet, it can be, the difference is literally 1 second. You go 1 second, an ad lives for 1 second too long, and bam, it's over. Wipe. Try again. So it creates a bit of a problem. On this take, aren't add-ons just the side effect of bad design? Thraminthor, yes, but also at the same time, the fact that the add-ons exist also then allows for the design to continue. So yeah, I mean, I said this yesterday. The clear-cut ban of add-ons will not fix the game without an also clear-cut change in philosophy. Like, you absolutely have to change the philosophy of your design before, like, you can't just come in, because, again, I think anyone that's arguing, and this is why I say the two sides just always fucking miss the point, because everyone sort of gets onto their high horse, and now we're having a massive fight about we're defending our gods effectively, right? You have the side, their gods is no add-ons in WoW. You have the side, add-ons is good in WoW. And we will not argue about anything else. There is no one thing that you can do in World of Warcraft that will fix WoW if you just do that one thing. In order to fix WoW, there's a lot of things that has to happen, and they all have to happen, or none of them happen. Because just banning add-ons with current WoW design philosophy will be a shit show. you'll suddenly see most guilds being completely incapable of doing any bosses because the bosses are way too hard to do without the add-ons. And I'm not even talking about stuff like weak auras or even DBM. I'm talking about just not having access to logs will make some fights nearly impossible to do. I know because I used to raid. Sometimes the logs gave you so much information about what people were doing wrong that you could then use to tell them how not to do it wrong. So you can't keep the same design philosophy without the add-ons. You're going to have to adjust both if you want to fix this. And that is true, but that's part of a whole new discussion. Challenge, because I can tell you, as someone that used to raid Mythic, there is nothing more defeating than being in like the 3rd or the 4th week of a raid and then suddenly finding out that next week the boss that you've been progressing on for the last 2 weeks is being nerfed. Dude, it is soul crushing, especially to people that like the challenge. Like, we've been making all of these plans and we've been theory crafting all of these ways in which we're going to kill this boss, and then you find out this Tuesday, your last raid of Sunday, you're not going to be able to kill this boss because this Tuesday they're nerfing the boss. So you're definitely going to smash the boss next week, but you're not going to smash the boss. You're going to smash the boss post nerf. And I say, fuck me, man. It breaks your spirit. You're like, man, why did we do all this work? We could have just waited. Right? Why did we do all this work? Why did we, like, we've done some pretty serious shit where you have paint and you have actual, like, representations of the boss room. And you're like, we're going to stack here and we're going to stack here and everyone's going to move here. Like, we've done crazy shit. And then you find out the boss is being nerfed. And you're like, dude, why? We were so close. We wanted to see if this could actually work. So just nerfing bosses is really shit. It really feels bad. At least for me.
After I finished my stream, and he's like a pretty casual player. There's actually it's my agent, right? And I was talking to him about, like, you know, a number of different deals and like plans and stuff. And like, he's obviously played WoW forever. And so, you know, we were talking about, like, you know, have you played WoW? And he's like, no. He's like, I was playing WoW, and he was playing Season of Discovery, and he got the epic bow from BFD, and he couldn't get invited to groups because he didn't have parses for a level 25 raid in classic Season of Discovery. This is a problem. And it is insane to act like it's not. This is crazy.
He makes his own group, Holy, isn't the answer you think it is. But I told this to you yesterday and you decided to ignore it. So,
get rid of it. Stop it. Stop. Like, why is this happening? Like, you're letting them kill the game.
I can give you my own, and this is from me, right? So this is not me speaking to another guy who told me this, and I heard it from his cousin while his fucking girlfriend was giving me a blowjob. This is from me. I'm not a huge raider anymore. I don't really play the game hyper professionally or even competitively. I do things just for fun, right? I do things because I enjoy it. So a while back, about 3 or 4 months ago, I have this, I don't know why. I wake up on Sunday or Saturday actually, and I feel like, man, I really want to do some Mythic Plus. So I log into the game. I want to do some Mythic Plus. Obviously, I know I'm not going to be able to find a group, but I still try. I sign up to a couple of groups. I'm declined from all of them. Not too surprising. I have 0 RIO score. So I decide I'm going to make my own group. I get people that join the group and then write in chat, bro, this guy hasn't even done any fucking Mythic Plus yet. Peace. Leaves. It takes me 2 hours to find a group. 2 hours that I have to spend finding a group for, guess what? Mythic +2. +2, bro. I could do +2 in a drunken stupor on a Monday morning at 4 o'clock after having my face smashed in by a bigger guy. It's the easiest shit on the planet. I finally get a tank that goes, dude, you have no fucking RIO score, but I'll still help, he's the one that fails. He's the one that fails my key and downgrades it to a 1. The tank is the one that, the guy that has the massive RIO score is the one that fails my key and takes it down to a 1. I'm not the one that fails. I'm actually top of the DPS meters in that fight. If that isn't, according to you, toxic game design, you're fucking trolling.
You're literally letting them kill themselves. You're letting them ruin the game. It's a cultural problem in WoW. It's a cultural problem in WoW because it can happen.
No, Thermathor, I was just saying I failed the key. I didn't even continue doing it. I wasn't saying that he actually downgraded it. I failed the key and I was just like, yeah, fuck it. This is not worth it for me. Direxy, that's not a hot take. Keys should absolutely not D-level. Absolutely not. It is the again, part of very degenerate, toxic game design. You're stacking the punishments of failing a key so high that it just creates this hyper toxic environment where people focus on an RIO score in +2s. Like in a +2, someone goes and says your score is too low, and it's like, what? Like, I don't even know how to respond to this. How is a score at this point in time important? And that's why I said a few minutes ago, the issue isn't the majority of the player base. The issue is that you have people like that. People like that absolutely focus only on the parses. People that absolutely will only play with people that have the highest number RIO, that has the highest passes. And if you don't have that, I will not play with you, even if the thing we're doing is really easy and should be able to be done by literally everyone.
It won't be a problem if they get rid of it. You see what I'm saying? It's gone. Gatekeepers are killing their own games. They are. This is a savior from yourself situation. The no more gatekeeping is insane and sod, but it's also a natural consequence of removing GDKP, so people who couldn't parse can't buy their way into content either. Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why that probably happens as well, but at the end of the day, you have people that are playing the game, and they are so fixated around parsing and the numerical evaluation of the game that it ruins the game for everybody else. And once this becomes enough of a precedent, then this is the entire game, and everything is built around this, and then the game begins to become designed around this.
Thank you, Real Punk.
Because player behavior starts to reflect it, rather than, because at a certain point, player behavior no longer is reflected in, what do you call it? It's no longer reflected in, let's say, what the changes of the game are, it's what the changes of the parses are. People find a new way to gatekeep. It used to just be by gear and achievement. It was the exact same problem. It was, but I think that gear and achievement make more sense than a third-party website. And also, like, being able to have gear, like, I mean, I've gotten a lot of rank 1 parses, right? And
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember this shit being a problem when gear score was the only thing that you could really go on. I just don't. Because when gear score was the only thing that you could look at, sure, you would have people that, you know, sort of required super high gear scores. But for the most part, there was usually like a range of gear score. And people, generally speaking, just wanted you to have at least some gear. Otherwise, we're not going to invite you because you just dinged. Hey, fucking hell, we're not taking you to ICC heroic. You just dinged. You have green gear. Are you nuts? You'll get killed by the first mob. Right? So for the most part, yes, people use that. And, you know, some people had super high requirements. But I don't remember it, unless I'm completely misremembering, which is possible. This is years ago. But I don't remember gear score being that big of a problem. I don't remember so many people being excluded based on the fact that their gear score wasn't high enough. And as I said yesterday, you will never find a solution to this problem that will not bring with it some level of toxic gameplay. We're human. We're always going to find some way of making things toxic, right? That's just natural. But the goal should be to try and find the least toxic option. That's really the only thing we can do is try to, what is the least toxic option here? If gear score is the least toxic option, then maybe that is the option we should go for. And we should remove any of the other options that will just create more toxicity than what they actually help solve. Like so many people not able to play. Gabriel, I mean, again, that sort of adds to the conversation of it's not enough to just ban RIO score in the game. It's not enough to just ban parsing in the game. There needs to also be a design philosophy shift in the game. If you're gonna ban RIO score and you're gonna ban parsing in WoW, say for example, but key depletion is still, you fail, you don't get any loot, and you lose a level of your key, what will end up happening is more people will quit doing dungeons at that point, because I don't want to lose the level of my key, and I have no way of knowing how good or even how proficient the person is that I'm playing with, right? I've no idea, because I don't have any gear score. I can't see their gear. I don't have any RIO score, so I don't know how many dungeons they have done of this kind. I know nothing about them. But if I fail here, I lose time because I'm getting no rewards, and my key is going down. This is bullshit, right? This is bullshit. And I don't want to do this, right? So fundamentally, you have to change the entire approach to it. No one thing will fix things. Like, no one thing is going to be able to just magic wand all the problems away.
And most of the time, whenever you have very good parses, the reason why you have good parses is because you did something that you weren't supposed to do. Very, very common. It's like you're attacking the boss whenever you're not supposed to. You're doing something else whenever you're not supposed to. This is what happens. You're cheesing it. Yes, almost every single time people are cheesing. How many of you guys have ever turned off parsing? Like, I remember I did this in my raid. We turned off parsing.
Alpha Sigma, so I have a problem with that argument as well, right? When people say just stop designing the game around competitive play and focus on fun. For some people, the fun is the competitive play. I want the game to be designed for everyone, so that those people who do just want to focus on fun have things that they can do that's fun, and those people who do want to focus on competitive play have things that they can do for competitive play. You can't, for an MMO, MMOs are super expensive to make, and they're very difficult games. The reason MMOs are so difficult to design is most games on the market have what is called, so there's this concept in video game design that is known as player promises. Okay, it's the concept. It's an actual video game design concept. Player promises. Player promises are the promises made by the devs to the player base about what the game is going to be before they even play the game, right? So the way I'm designing my game, I'm making a bunch of promises to the player. If, for example, I'm making Call of Duty and I'm making Warzone, there's a bunch of promises there. One of the promises is I'm going to be able to shoot someone in the penis with my gun. That is the promise, right? As a player, I hear Call of Duty, I see the cinematic, and I know exactly I'm going to have a gun and I'm going to be able to shoot someone's penis with it. Great, right? That's a promise. Now, if I logged into Call of Duty and I couldn't shoot someone in the penis because the game actually has no guns and instead it's just people throwing rocks at each other, everyone would be angry because the devs have broken their promise to the player base. You didn't do what I thought you were going to do. Now, there's also a version of this where players make their own promises and now the devs have to start paying for those promises, right? And that's a good dev will always pay attention to player-made player promises and try to give that to the player base. MMOs, what makes MMOs so difficult is those player promises are not condensed. It's not single in nature. With shooting games, you need to shoot people, that's fine. With racing games, you need to be able to race cars, that's fine. With an MMO, the player promises are usually very, very broad because they're so expensive to make. You want a lot of players to be able to play your game. This means by design, you're going to have to design the game for a lot of different groups of players. So you're not just designing a racing game for racing fans. You're not just designing a football game for football fans. You're not just designing a shooting game for shooting fans. You're designing a game where the racing fan has something to do in the game, the football fan has something to do in the game, and the shooting fan has something to do in the game. And all of them have to find that fun in the same game. So trying to argue, wow, they should just not care about this group of players and just make the game for this group of players is antithetical to what MMOs are and how MMOs are designed. It goes against everything that an MMO is supposed to be. You want to make the game for all these groups to be able to play it, and keep in mind that all of these groups are going to play. And then what makes it extra difficult is there's overlap between these groups. So you also have to make it so that the different members from all of these groups can play. It is actually a very difficult form of development. When you break it down, just trying to keep track of what it is. Whether we get nervous and switch from headshots to body shots. My sights always just went crotch. Nothing Freudian there at all.
We were like, okay, we're not walking anymore. Then people just like played the game and they killed the boss. Because they just kept getting killed. They were standing and shit to finish a cast so they could be higher on the DPS meter for the parse. It's not even about playing the game anymore. Almost all my rank 1 parses are from cheesing and being overgeared early in raid. Exactly, yes. If you want to get a rank 1 parse on a boss, like, most of the things that are involved with that are out of your control. Or not even out of your control, but they require doing things that you would not normally do. It's not like the highest parsers are the best players. Did the guild have an Asmon parse day?
Well, it's absolutely not. Usually speaking, if you know anything about anything, you generally speaking don't want the highest passing players in your groups. It's difficult for players to understand, but he's not wrong. If you're someone that does the mechanics correctly, you're almost never going to parse in the 99 percentile. Like, after a while, maybe you will, when you get to know the fight super well and you can do all of it optimized. But your first few months of pulling a boss, if you're doing everything correctly, a 99 percentile pull is nearly impossible. I remember as a raider, I was one of the few people who didn't really give a fuck about parsing. So what I would do is I would take responsibility for most of the mechanics because that's what I found fun. Learning how to do mechanics. It made the fight fun. So I would usually be the guy that goes, yeah, I'll do that. It's fine. I don't give a shit about passing anyways. So then you're middle of the log in damage, but you're the reason you kill the boss. So that feels a lot better than top of the log, but everyone keeps dying.
Yeah, it was called Tuesday, Wednesday, and Monday. Every week. And everybody else had a bad time except me. That's how I know it's bad. That's my whole point. Stand in the fire, DPS higher. There it is. Again, if somebody's first impression of something is bad, that means it's bad. Like, what's this mindset that you have to earn the ability to have fun? What, are you fucking retarded? No. The game should be fun as soon as you start playing the game. Like, you shouldn't have to play the game.
Kimmy, and that's my point, right? That's my point with why parsing is so bad in WoW. Is because most people don't understand how parsing operates. I remember I'm the guild leader, and I have raiders telling me I shouldn't be the guild leader because I'm not the 99 percentile warlock. The other warlock, that's just a normal member, he, I think, managed to score like a 96 percentile on one of the bosses. And they were like, dude, he's kicking your ass. Why are you making warlock guides? I'm like, all right, let's go to the logs. Let's go to the logs. No problem. How many times were I hit by this ability that needs to be soaked? Oh, every single time. Where are these abilities that need to be soaked? Oh, not always in range of the boss. But I was the one soaking them because I was doing the fucking mechanics. And then, yes, You know, some of my dots are going to fall off because I have to move. And it's in an opportune moment. It's in an opportune time. I'm not being able to drain life as much as I have to, or drain soul as much as I have to, or cast Shadow Bolt as much as I have to. But I'm running around trying to do all of the fucking mechanics. As an Affliction Warlock, I'm switching to ads because I'm doing my job. Even though it's not much DPS that I'm adding, because Affliction Warlock has massively bad ramp-up time, I'm still switching because the ads have to die. But people don't think that way. They see the golden parse and they're immediately like, no, you should be golden parsing, otherwise you're not a good warlock. And yeah, it creates a super, super, super toxic environment.
For 50 hours, 100 hours. Oh wait, no, now you finally earned the right to enjoy yourself in the video. Get the fuck? Actually, judging a book by its cover doesn't apply in this context? Well, here's my opinion. Is you should have come up with a better fucking cover. You think Retail WoW needs to be changed? They need to make a new game with the changes. Exactly what PoE's.
I know he's just being facetious, but I actually do agree with that. I don't think that the opinion of someone who literally did not play Dragonflight is viable for Dragonflight, right? So if you literally didn't even buy Dragonflight, your opinions on WoW as a whole is still valid, but only insofar as when you bring up your opinion and the other players go, yeah, that's still a problem, then that's a valid opinion. But if the other players go, oh yeah, bro, they fixed that like at the beginning of Dragonflight, then obviously that opinion isn't valid anymore. You didn't even try it, so you have no idea. But that's not really what we're talking about here. That's not really, no one that's complaining about the game. The people that didn't even play Dragonflight aren't talking about WoW anymore. They've left. They're playing other games. They couldn't give two shits about WoW. The only people I've heard that is still complaining about Dragonflight or about WoW are people that have played it and didn't enjoy it because it was more of the same things that made them quit in Shadowlands, more of the same things that made them quit in BFA. But yeah, I do agree. If you've never, like, the last time you logged into WoW was End of Warlords of Draenor, then most likely a lot of the things that you are going to complain about is not things that's still in the game or has been fixed already or doesn't even exist. Not anymore anyways. So yeah, at that point you are just judging because it's WoW. And before you guys go, that doesn't happen. Yes, it does. Check my comment section if you want evidence of that. It does happen.
Doing? I would love if they made WoW 2. I would love that. I would be so happy. I would be so happy if they made WoW 2 like PoE 2. That would be so good. Oh my god, you have no idea how happy that would make. I'd be so oh my god. You can only have an opinion on WoW if you're a current 1% player. Yeah. It's just like, dude, WoW players, like, they deserve this game. They do. They fucking deserve this. They fucking do.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably not wrong. The fact that you have to fight consistently just to get points across is probably not wrong, right? At some point, it is just worth stepping back and saying, well, you know, this is the game you guys want. This is the game you get. The reason I'm not willing to do that, and the reason I have not done that yet, is because I don't want the game to die. I don't want in 5 or 10 years from now to have Blizzard announce, listen, guys, just due to the lack of players, we're shutting down all servers. That wouldn't be fun. I still want to play the story of WoW. I still want to see the story grow. And while no changes that Blizzard makes will ever make me raid again, no changes that Blizzard makes will ever make me do dungeons, because I didn't even like dungeons when they were good or semi-good. I just don't like dungeons in general. I still want the game to be healthy and to grow, right? I want the game to be healthy. I want the game to grow. I want the game to have new players in it. And it's not hard if you pay attention to other games. If you do actually play other games, to know the things that WoW is failing at. So often, though, the problem is that most WoW players do not play anything but World of Warcraft, And if they do play something else, it's usually something completely unrelated to RPGs or to MMOs of other kinds, right? So they have no idea. They have nothing to compare it to. They have nothing of value to add to that conversation because WoW is the only thing they've ever played. It's the only game of its kind that they know. And so to them, like, if you don't know that there's something better out there, you're not going to complain about the thing you have now. Because this is fine, right? There's nothing else I need. I have this. It's always helpful to play other games to sort of figure out what things your game could be doing better, right? Because games are constantly innovating and coming up with better ways to make video games. And it's important that you stick to the current thing and you learn what are games doing well that my game could probably figure out or could probably do better. And you only learn that by actually playing other games. You're very difficult to figure it out if the only game you play is WoW. I play Guild Wars 2 on and off and Lost Ark sometimes. Only those are the problems according to you. There might be other problems that exist for other people. They keep their heads down to avoid seeing the color of of other grass. I don't think it's necessarily that they keep their heads down. I don't think anyone actively says, I will never play any other games because I don't want to know that my game isn't the best game out there. It is just sort of like, look, outside of Dragonflight that has done a lot of work to actually fix a lot of those problems, for a long time, World of Warcraft was kind of like having a job. You had to play non-stop. So if you were a WoW player, you had to play a lot. And then that didn't really leave a lot of time for any other game. Because, well, if you're not playing WoW, you're getting behind. And if you go behind, you can't play. So it kind of makes sense. I'm hopeful that as Blizzard now starts to get into a bit more of a let's allow players a bit more time and let's respect players' time a little bit more, that more gamers, because you see it, people are constantly complaining about there's not enough stuff to do in Dragonflight. And that's because most people have gotten so used to the fact that WoW will fill up your entire day all the time. Like, dude, I've seen people on Twitter argue that things like Azerite grind should come back to WoW, because at least when the Azerite grind was there was a reason to log in every single day, regardless of the fact that it was super toxic, right? And it was just one of the most terribly designed systems ever. What they want is a reason to log in every single day, and they do not want to play other games. So Azerite will absolutely do that. It will make you log in every single day. That doesn't make it good. But of course, if I don't play other games and I just want to play WoW, then it is the best way to do it, right? And that is a serious problem. Maxing out the tasks can do. I just did what I wanted to, and if I didn't, I just let it go. Aragast, it is a psychological thing. But remember, most gaming companies now design their games alongside psychological research. I mean, this isn't a secret, right? No one is making a secret out of this. The game companies themselves admit that they make their games with psychological help, because psychologists tell them exactly what needs to be done in order to get people addicted to your game. And one of the clearest ways, so addiction requires two things. It requires serotonin and dopamine in massive quantities. And as it turns out, lists are pretty good at releasing dopamine. If you give players a list of things that they have to do every single day, it triggers dopamine when they finish that list of things to do, and that is how you get them addicted to your game, because addicted players are more willing to spend money in a game than non-addicted players. So it's really bad if you have people that's just playing the game for fun, because based on all the research we have, players who play for fun don't spend anywhere near as much money on a game than players who play the game because it's their, it's their addiction. Dope mines, those have a power blast. I never finished the list. I've always had decent self-control, and I like to work. So when there's shit to do, I don't even feel it. And if I feel it, I stop. Yeah, but remember, you're one of the few, or you're one of the people that this has no effect on. But it might just be because you have other things that's far higher priority for you, and so there's almost guaranteed other things that you'd be addicted to that isn't WoW. Right? So, but remember, they are trying to catch a specific group of people and get them addicted to the game. Your real life goals? Dramathor's true. Well, that kind of works on me. It just takes me a decade to do the things. I just finished Zaragoza stuff from Firelands. Holy shit. Now, I finished that when it was current. But no, lists are a phenomenal way of getting people, because the thing is, when humans finish lists, so first and foremost, when a human sees a list, there's an instant release of serotonin, because we like lists. And then as you mark every single thing off the list and you see the list getting smaller, there's a dopamine release with every single one of the things that you tick off. And then there's a massive dopamine release at the end once you finish the task. Now you get addicted to finishing the list. So every day when you log in, you find a new list. And it's really fun because you know that there's going to be a dopamine hit at the end of that. The problem is that it's degenerative game design, because dopamine doesn't work that way. Dopamine spikes have to be ever increasing for them to be effective. Just doing the same thing every single day will not have the same effect every single day. That's why heroin addicts ultimately overdose. That's why you get ODs from heroin addicts. The reason being, the first time you take a hit, you get an explosion of dopamine. No hit after that ever matches the first hit, because your brain becomes immune to that level of dopamine. So it requires more dopamine to get the same hit. So now you have to take more heroin in order to match that first dopamine hit. And this is the same thing, chasing the dragon, as it's colloquially known. In game design, this problem presents itself in the form of the lists having to get more and more complex and longer, right? So you now need to go, where you used to only need to play 3 hours a day to finish the game, or to finish your lists, you now need to do 4 hours or 5 hours or 6 hours or even 12 hours. Or you have to start leaving things off your list. And then you have to move some things to your weekend list because you couldn't do them during the week. And you get the player addicted by just increasing the dopamine spikes. And like I said, it's degenerative game design, because fundamentally what ends up happening, the people who aren't getting hooked on your lists end up quitting the game. And there are far more people that don't get hooked. That's why not everyone that gambles is an addict, but there are gambling addicts, right? Because out of 100 people that walk into a casino and gamble, only a few will become addicted. But that's the few you want, because they're the ones that are going to spend their life savings on your on your casino. Alpha, why do you hate lists? I was once a gambling addict. I mean, if you have addictive personality, something like that is probably going to be a thing that will grab you, because games are very much designed with the philosophy of gambling casinos. very much designed with that philosophy in mind. When I solve the gameplay loop, it's over for me. Nani, the thing is, you can't really, like, all games will have some manner of lists. The best lists, though, are lists that player create for themselves. So if you want to do non-degenerative gaming, you want to have a list of things that is completely player designed, but also finishable in a reasonable amount of time. This is why a lot of the time, really good lists will be weekly lists for video games, specifically games that have resets. Having that weekly list means that me as a player can decide what is most comfortable for me to achieve on a daily basis, or maybe leaving everything for the weekend because that's when I have the most time to play. That's sort of what you want, but lists are important. You can't really design a game without lists, because all lists really are is goals, right? And there's a goal in every single game. Every game that you log into will have a goal. And if it's not a goal that the game sets for you, it's going to be a goal that you set for yourself. You decided you want to do this thing, and now you're doing this thing, right? That's a list. Congratulations. You going out and doing this thing is a list that you've made for yourself. The dangers come in when, for example, if we go to World of Warcraft during BFA, even during Legion to some extent, although at that time it was new, so it wasn't as bad. But if you go to Battle for Azeroth, for example, you look at Azerite Armor. Azerite Armor created a list on the player's behalf because you had to do all of these things in order to max out your Azerite Armor. And as a result of this, now you're not doing your own lists when you want. You're also doing the game's lists when the game wants. And that's, again, bad. Like in Guild Wars 2, I usually grind a piece of legendary gear and then take a long break. It always felt good logging in and doing my trial of the Crusader dailies to get the medals because I wanted those rewards from the vendors. They were cool. Ryan, but it was your choice, right? Because it wasn't a limited time event. It wasn't something that if you don't do it right now, you're never going to be able to do it. It was your choice. It's one of the reasons I'm really not happy with the limited time of the Plunderstorm. Because the limited time nature of Plunderstorm immediately creates this artificial list that will go away if you don't do it now. So now you have these people, and I know why Blizzard did this. We'll talk about this a little bit more tomorrow during Baron's chat, but I know exactly why Blizzard decided to make it a limited time event. And it's not for the reasons that most people may think. The problem that I just have with Blizzard making it a limited time event is the fact that they've now created this place where a lot of people are degeneratively grinding this out, thereby ruining the entire experience for themselves. Whereas if you kept it open, people would have jumped into it when they had time, when they enjoyed it, when they felt up for it. Some people maybe needed a couple of days to get used to the fact that this is the new type of content. And so it was just sort of this weird... it was sort of like this thing of, even if you didn't like that this was the content announced, you didn't even have the time to get over it. Because you have to get going, or else you're not going to finish it. Whereas I think if Blizzard just toned that down and said, actually, no, what we'll do instead is give you the freedom to play it whenever you want. This is an evergreen feature. Those players that were super unhappy with this feature would have maybe not logged in the first few days, not do it, get over themselves, accept that this is the new feature, and then feel like, oh shit, well, maybe I'll go try it out. You know, like maybe say a week from now or 2 weeks from now, they go, oh, okay, fine, I'll give it a try. Oh shit, this is actually super fun. But you didn't give players that time to self-correct or to accept. You sort of made the choice on their behalf. You must do it now, or else you'll miss out. But it's not G2 over Fnatic because Fnatic absolutely Goomba stomped you. So let's not even fucking talk about that. You have no leg to stand on, my friend.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Like, I'll just show you and then you can fucking tell me. Who you think?
I reached the E. And if you are a fanatic,
If you look at that score, is it really G2 over Fnatic? Like, really? 20-6, fam. Please look at all of the look at all of the towers from Fnatic. Not a single tower has been lost yet. Not a single one has been lost yet. G2's towers are all fucking shut down. Their entire base is in tatters. And you're telling me that G2 over Fnatic? Please, bro. Please. Hey, let's just look at the last fight. Dude, I've watched this fucking game. I've watched this so many times already. The happiest I've been in a long time. You guys have no idea.
fan, now's the time to be a little worried. Not so worried.
Yeah, we talked about the 500 CS Sivir win condition, and we talked about the 500 stack Smolder win condition. So Hansan was at 470.
Look at Yike. He tries to make a play onto Noah, doesn't quite get the kickoff, ends up kicking Jun in, loses life, but gets the flash out from Noah. A lot of damage done onto Noah, though, means that he can't quite get the damage that he wants to.
This is just beautiful, man. This is just absolutely beautiful. Like, just absolutely spanking G2. Goomba stomping them right out of the game. Look at this. This fight is so beautiful, bro. This fight is so beautiful. Look at how quickly they get on this. There we go. And winner. Dude, I was so oh man, I was so happy about this. You have no idea. This was the happiest I've ever been. Seeing my boys, my boy Razork, just business as usual, bro. Look at that. Humanoid Razork absolutely smashing it.
Dominating performance.
Oh, this was fun, man. Razork is just unstoppable. I think at this point, there can be no arguments that Razork is the greatest jungler in Europe. But I don't think anyone can argue with that. I think you're high if you're trying to make an argument against that. At the start of the fight, right? Yike made a lot of mistakes in this fight. Oh, we were. Like, a lot of mistakes in this fight. In this game. So Yike got completely smashed early game by Razork. He was just completely outplayed on the map. Razork read him. Razork just had his number. Everything Yike tried to do, Razork would be there to shut it down. And then I think Yike got a little tilted. Remember, he is still technically a rookie. This is his second year in the LEC, right? So from Yike's perspective, this is the first time that G2 has been this stunned. This has never happened to G2 in the LEC. And I don't believe that he was ready for this. I don't think he fully respected just like how good, first and foremost, the matchup was. Like, he's clearly not a Lee Sin player, and I don't think he respected just how completely overpowered Poppy is against Lee Sin. But then also, they gave the best Poppy player probably in the world, his best champion, that also happens to be a direct counter to two of your champions. Right? You literally go and you say, Razork, you're the best Poppy player in the world. We have picked Ori and Lee Sin. two champions that famously cannot play against Poppy. Let's see how this goes. And Razork was like, cool? You're giving me my favorite champion? No way. You guys are so kind. Thanks. I'll wreck you with this. So yeah, it was a beautiful game. It was a beautiful game. As a Fnatic fanboy, it was a beautiful game. I loved seeing every minute of that game. And I've watched it multiple times over. Just to be reminded again of how great we are. Tomorrow, it starts again. Well, next one is best of fives, I think. If I'm not mistaken, we're only meeting in the best of fives again. If everything goes well. Because, trying to think... fuck me. If I'm not mistaken, this is how it goes. So it's gonna be 1 and 2, right? So we have 1 and 2. Then we have so let's say, for example, because I think the first 4 can't choose to play against each other, right? So G2, let's say, for example, G2 is number 1, Fnatic is number 2. They'll probably choose number 7 and number 8 to play against, right? So 1 and 8 and 2 and 7 is going to play against each other. That means that you have the bottom tiers over here, right, making up the rest of the game. So you'll have 3 playing against 6, and you'll have 4 playing against 5, right? Something to that effect. So if number 1 wins here, they go on, and number 2 wins here, they go on. But then they wait for the winner of this game. So let's say it's 3. 3 will go play here. Of this game, let's say 5 wins. 5 will go play here, right? And then whoever wins that game goes on to play each other. So now you have 1 and 2 playing each other. But this is the first best of 5. Right? If I'm not mistaken, that's how this works. So theoretically, the first time G2 and Fnatic can meet each other, provided this weekend goes well, is in the first best of 5 of the season. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if Fnatic loses, they'll go into the losers bracket. But that will then just mean that they'll meet G2 far later. Like, if they go losing bracket, they'll only meet G2 in the final. Because I'm pretty sure out of the losing bracket, they won't be able to get in to play. Maybe they can meet G2 in the semis. But yeah, a G2 Fnatic final would be absolutely bonkers. Like, that shit would be whack. Sorry, I'm assuming most of you have no idea what me and Holy are talking about. Like, we're nerding out here about our favorite esports, and most of you are just going, the fuck are they talking about? Like, what is this I'm watching? TV, yeah, this is my sport. This is like my football or my soccer or whatever. Watch any LEC this year? Frozen Solid, you should. Don't watch the other teams, just watch Fnatic. Although I have to say, this year I've been far more interested in LPL and LCK. I mean, I watch Fnatic because it's my team. It's who I support on the world stage. But if I want good League of Legends, LPL and LCK is where you get that. I mean, not even necessarily the LCK. The LCK is a bit boring sometimes. They don't play as well. But the LPL, the Chinese League, holy shit. Dude, that's some of the wildest games you'll ever watch. Been fun, Echo. Time for me to go. Thanks, my friend. God bless. Bye, chat. Alpha, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Take care of yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You mean you're... Dude, Xpeke? No. Back in those days, back in the Xpeke days, I was a Gambit Gaming fan, or Moscow 5, as they used to be known. I was not I only became a Fnatic fan when Razork left Misfits and joined Fnatic. That's when I became a Razork fan, or a Fnatic fan, because I was a fan of Razork. I was a fan of his gameplay because, well, first, I was a fan of Misfits. Then Razork joined Misfits, and I became a fan of Razork because he was really good on Misfits. And then when he got picked up by Fnatic, and Misfits got disbanded, I now had like a new team, right? So I just left and I started supporting Fnatic because I didn't know who else to support. Diamond Prox was Pogs, agreed. Oh, man. Diamond Prox, Darian, Alex Ish. Although my favorite player, because he's the most underrated player, in my opinion, in the world ever. I am willing to say that this player was one of the greatest players of his generation, but because he wasn't flashy, because he wasn't doing the obvious 1v9 plays, no one ever really noticed him. But Genja was an ADC that was just so smart about his positioning, about his movements, about his lane management, that he never had to do the massive 1v9 outplays. Because you wouldn't catch him. He would never be close enough for you to get onto him. But he would wreck your team in every single fight. Genja was my like unsung hero in League of Legends way back in the day. Last I watched was with Hotshot GG. The World's Triforce. I forgot their support name. Edward Carry. Edward Carry LOL. Although he used to be known as Goshu something. Goshu Pepper. His first name was Goshu Pepper, and then he changed his name to Edward Carry LOL. And then, of course, Europe passed the law that said that Russians weren't allowed to get visas to live in Europe. And then Moscow 5 disbanded. Or not, at that point, they were already known as Gambit Gaming, but then those 5 players really struggled to get visas for Europe, and that was the end of the game. Froggen was good, but to this day, I maintain Alex Ish was better. And this is actually not just me saying it. Thorin had one of his reflection episodes with Carlos Ocelot, and he asked Ocelot, who was the most difficult mid laners to play against. And even there, he said Alex Ish. Although what he never could figure out was it Alex Ish that was so hard to play against, or was it Diamond Prox? Because you would be in the mid lane, according to Ocelot, and you would just hear your jungler going, "The fuck? He's killing me." And he remembers the first time he heard that, and he was like, "Who?" And he looks on the minimap, and Diamond Prox is in his jungler's jungle, killing his jungler. And that was just not something you did in League of Legends. Like, junglers didn't kill each other. Junglers farmed, and then they ganked. And here's Diamond Prox killing his jungler. And he's like, what the fuck? Why? What's going on? So yeah, Diamond was like, bro. Yeah, look at the minimap once and you're dead. Oh man, reminiscing about the good old days. Necro, so I could apply for the right to stream the games, but you need an average, I believe, of 20,000 viewers to be able to stream LEC. Now, I could try the other regions, but even then, I think they require an average viewership of 1,000 viewers in order to co-stream, which kind of makes sense, right? Because they use the co-streams as part of their support and sponsorships. So if they go to the sponsors and be like, yeah, we have this one, I don't know how many viewers we have, Andy. Will you You know, will that make a difference? Most of the sponsors can be like, no, hey, we don't give a shit. That would have been fun. Dude, I would love to co-stream the LEC. I would love to watch the fucking League of Legends matches live. But the best we could probably do, if we wanted to do, is watch parties. We could probably do that. I know I Will Dominate does watch parties for LEC. Because he's not allowed to do LEC co-streams because his stream isn't large enough. Z Vengeance, I absolutely agree with you fundamentally. The thing with Reckless was always a very good late game insurance AD carry. The problem was that made the rest of the game almost unplayable for his teammates. Because Reckless would only start playing once he had 6 items. If he doesn't have 6 items, he's not playing the game. He won't join you in fights. He won't partake in fights. He won't engage in fights. He'll literally stand and watch as your guys die because, well, he's not in the mood. He's farming. Which usually meant that anyone that wanted to play with Reckless had to, like, 4v5. It's good, but he just fell off. Frozen Solid, I don't think Reckless was ever, like, it wasn't that Reckless wasn't good. Reckless was a phenomenal AD carry once he had 6 items. Because in team fights, late game insurance, you knew Reckless was going to show up. His positioning would be perfect. He would clean up the fight. He would do his job, but only once he got to 6 items. Anything before that, and that's usually late game, so we're talking 25 minutes into the game, everything before that, his team would have to do 4v5 because he just will not join. He's busy farming. Like, he's busy making items and getting items and shit. He was serviceable. Someone like Deft or DL even have always been infinitely better than him at every stage of the game. Well, the thing is, people love to call him KDA player because that's what it felt like. It wasn't that he was a KDA player. It was just that Reckless would never engage in a fight that wasn't absolutely winnable for him. 50-50 fights, forget it. He will not engage in a 50-50 fight. If he doesn't know that he can beat you, it's just, yeah, it's not happening. Doublelift had one problem, Z Vengeance. Of course, now we're swapping to NA. But Doublelift's biggest problem, pretty much always, was he would crumble internationally. Like, Doublelift in NA, absolute godlike. Absolute godlike. He looks like an Asian player when he plays in NA. And then he gets to Worlds, and he looks like a Bronze 5 player. And like, dude, what the hell happened? Like, you're so good, and yet you can't replicate that? Like, what's going on? Like, why are you so shit now? Yeah. Although, I feel sorry for Chovy, because the fact that he is good in Asia, or in Korea, should tell you he is a good player. Because Korea is super hard to be good at. It's a very, very stacked region. But yeah, he does just have the problem. The problem with Doublelift was always, is it that Doublelift is super good and, you know, he just crumbles under pressure? Or is it that NA isn't as good? And I'm not trying to throw shade here, but let's be real. It's been a long time since NA League was anything to really write home about. Whereas with Chovy, you know, it's just him choking. Like, he can't handle the pressure. League All-Stars. So Coppen, I can't remember. I mean, yeah, Lee Sin, Insect's Lee Sin was absolutely next level. I mean, Worlds is pretty big now. I think Worlds is actually, like, starting to become comparable to actual, like, proper traditional sports in terms of viewership. Like the last World's Final, I believe, had a few million people watch. So it's pretty big now. Who also, in my opinion, is one of the most overrated and overhyped players to ever play the game. Z Vengeance, to that I will say, NA has a track record of making EU players worse. And I'm not saying it's NA's fault. I wonder if a lot of EU players don't go to NA and then realize that, well, you know, I don't have to do much. I just need to be here. And so, because Bjergsen was absolutely not a bad player before he came to NA. On Ninjas in Pajamas, dude, Bjergsen was good. He was considered to be Baby Faker before Caps was considered to be Baby Faker. People were like, he was owning. And he came to NA and he just became useless. But anyways, I'm not going to keep you guys in suspense any longer talking about League of Legends. Instead, I'm going to go make food and I'm going to go chill. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Baron's chat. Remember, that's happening over on the main YouTube channel for those of you that might want to hang out, talk some World of Warcraft, discuss all lore and drama and whatever else comes up between now and then. I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out, for choosing me to be the one to entertain you. I hope you had a ton of fun, as I did. I really appreciate you all. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.